Good evening, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, May 17th. It is 5:05 p.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin quickly by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. With us as well as our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Deputy, Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Lawfer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Meredith Thompson and Margie Argel. This meeting is being webcast and recorded. There's both in-person components and also a viewing area. I want to quickly also note that we have live interpretation available in Spanish that is accessible in both workshop locations and formats. For those watching the workshop online but not planning to comment, the English live stream is available on YouTube and in both English and Spanish streams, and can be found at video.calepa.ca.gov. And also there's information up on the slide, which may be a little more correct than my butchering this script. If you're joining us via Zoom, use the interpretation globe button on the bottom taskbar to select your audio channel and navigate to view options at the top of your screen to select either the English or Spanish presentation. And if you're joining us in person here in Imperial Valley College, we have headsets available from the interpreter station with Spanish audio on channel 4. If you are at the remote location in North Shore Beach and Yacht Club, there are 2 separate rooms broadcasting the meeting in English and Spanish. And I'll give a moment for our awesome interpreter to also relay some message in Spanish on the platform. Thank you very much. Today is a continuation of a 2-day workshop on an update on the Salton Management Program and Phase 1 of the program. But before we get into that, let me quickly take care of a piece of board business. This is also an official board meeting, and so I would like to take up item number 1 on our agenda, which is consideration of adoption of the May 2nd and 3rd board meeting minutes. Do I have a motion amongst the board members or any adjustment?
I'll move to adopt the minutes.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. Can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Abstain.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries and the meeting minutes are adopted. Appreciate everyone for that bit of housekeeping business. So back on to item number 3, which is an update on the Salton Management Program. This workshop is being held in accordance with the public notice dated March 20th, 2023. As a workshop, the board will not take any formal action, and there will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. However, the board members may ask clarifying questions of the speakers after receiving updates and comments at this workshop. The board may provide direction to staff regarding future tasks or actions. The purpose of today's workshop is for the board to receive written and oral comments on the status of the Salton Management Program, including a report from the California Natural Resources Agency on their progress implementing the program during 2022. The due date for submittal of written comments was by 5 p.m. on May 2nd. We ask that all workshop participants conduct themselves in a considerate manner. Speakers should stick to their allotted time, and attendees should listen actively so that all interested parties may be heard. We hope to have a productive and informative workshop today, and thank you all in advance for co-creating an atmosphere of mutual respect, free of disruptions. Any attendees that act in a disrespectful manner will be asked to leave. Quickly here, this is now day 2 of our workshop, and today's workshop will begin with a presentation of the community needs strategy. And then we will hear from panels and will provide an opportunity for comments from the public and other interested parties. We do have a unique format this year for the workshops. The panels this year include brief presentations from panelists followed by Q&A session with a panel facilitator and hear the board as well. Questions during the Q&A aspect of the panel may be limited if there are time constraints. So we'll do our best, though, to make sure we have a good unpacking of what are still issues that we didn't get to yesterday and are really critical to the discussions. Following public comments, we will have a break, and then we'll have 2 more presentations after that break from the Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And then following those presentations, we'll provide another opportunity for any follow-up and wrap-up comments. Those wishing to provide oral comments must fill out an online speaker card form if they haven't already, and that's available at the link on the slide that I believe we showed earlier. There are also instructions at the top of today's agenda, and if you have any issues, please do just come down to the clerk of the board to be able to get up and speak. We are broadcasting this workshop and recording both audio and video. So for those presenting or commenting in person, please be sure you speak into a microphone. Please try to speak clearly and slowly, and to help ensure effective interpretation of your comments. As mentioned previously, the recordings of the workshop will be available immediately at the links on our slide and also on the website on the board. So let's go ahead and move into now our workshop. And so I'd like to start off with a presentation here from Stephanie Holstage from the State Water Board.
Thank you, Joaquin. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Holstage. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the State Water Board and the oversight lead for the Salton Sea Management Program. Next slide, please. Just a quick overview of what I'll be covering in my presentation today. So I'll go over some current conditions at the Salton Sea, background of board actions, the stipulated order, CNRA's annual report and long-range plan, written comments submitted for today's workshop, and then the workshop agenda. Next slide, please. Beginning with just a brief overview of current conditions at the Salton Sea. The current elevation of the Salton Sea is around 239.7 feet below mean sea level. Between the current water elevation in comparison to the elevation in 2003, there's been a drop of about 10.8 feet. The chart on the left provides a visual demonstrating the consistent decline in water surface elevation between 2003 to present. And additionally, the estimated amount of exposed playa is around 17,400 acres or 27 square miles, which is shown in the graphic on the right. Next slide. This slide shows some of the history of the State Water Board's involvement in the Salton Sea over time. Beginning in 2002, with the Water Board approving a long-term water transfer of conserved agricultural water from Imperial Irrigation District to San Diego County Water Authority, Coachella Valley Water District, and Metropolitan Water District of Southern California for a 45-year transfer with an option for an additional 30-year renewal period. The long-term water transfer was revised shortly after it was approved to require IID to supply 15 years of mitigation water to the Salton Sea in order to maintain the salinity level while a regional solution was developed to address the public health and environmental concerns. IID had filed the petition for a long-term water transfer in anticipation of the Quantification Settlement Agreement, or QSA. In order to stay within California's allocation of Colorado River water, California's Colorado River water users created and then finalized the QSA in 2003. The QSA is a collection of agreements intended to settle disputes over Colorado River use within California. The QSA allowed for this long-term water transfer of conserved water from IID to urban use, and it also prompted the state to undertake the restoration efforts at the sea. In November 2014, IID filed a petition with the State Water Board seeking modification of the long-term transfer order since the 15-year mitigation period was coming to an end, and there was no plan or solution yet in place to address the decreasing water levels and restoration at the sea. Following IID's petition, in 2015, the Salton Sea Task Force was created and included members from the Governor's Office, CNRA, the State Water Board, among others. As part of this task force, the board monitored and assessed progress on the implementation of the Salton Sea Management Program and held multiple public workshops between 2015 and 2017. In March 2017, IID filed a motion with the State Water Board, which prompted a draft stipulated order to be developed for consideration. As a result, the board adopted an order, which is referred to as the stipulated order, which amended the long-term transfer order to include specific annual acreage milestones to address public health and environmental concerns during Phase 1 of the SSMP, which is 2018 through 2028. It also created other requirements such as CNRA's annual report and these State Water Board workshops, the first of which was in 2019. Next slide. Moving on to some more detail on some of the relevant conditions of the stipulated order. Condition 24 of the stipulated order includes annual acreage milestones for habitat and dust suppression projects during the 10 years. Both the table and the graphic here demonstrate the annual milestones from 2018 through 2028, as well as the cumulative totals. As shown in the blue text in the table for 2022, the milestone was 1,750 acres with a cumulative total up to this point of 8,750 acres. The cumulative total of all the annual milestones set forth in this condition will be 29,800 acres by the end of 2028. Condition 25 of the stipulated order requires that no less than 50% of the acreage totals provide habitat benefits for fish and wildlife species that depend on the Salton Sea. Next slide. Condition 26 of the stipulated order states that CNRA will develop subsequent 10-year phases of the SSMP, and also that CNRA will complete a long-term plan by no later than December 31st, 2022. CNRA publicly released their long-range plan on December 16th, 2022, and it's available online via CNRA's webpage, and we'll be hearing more about the long-range plan and next steps later today in this workshop. Next slide. The stipulated order also added condition 28 to the water transfer order, which is the reason that we're all here today. The State Water Board, as part of its oversight role, was selected to hold these public workshops to provide transparency and bring a public forum for interested parties to provide input on progress of the state's restoration efforts at the sea. The order states that the workshop and annual progress report must be completed by March 31st of each year. However, the 2020 annual workshop was delayed until August due to the pandemic. The previous 2 years, and again this year, the workshop was delayed to allow sufficient time for the public and State Water Board staff to review the annual report, as well as to allow for more meaningful engagement ahead of the workshop, including translation of materials into Spanish. Next slide. Condition 28 of the order also requires a progress report be submitted by CNRA to the State Water Board. The annual report needs to cover these 6 topics shown on this slide, which include projects and milestones completed in the previous year, acreage of completed projects for dust suppression and habitat restoration, upcoming projects to be completed and milestones achieved prior to the next annual report, status of financial resources and permits that have not been secured, and any anticipated departures from dates and acreages, as well as progress on the long-range plan. Next slide. CNRA submitted their annual report to the State Water Board on March 22nd, 2023, ahead of the annual end of March deadline set forth in the order. The report was released publicly in both English and Spanish. The annual report at a minimum must include the information relating to the 6 topics that were mentioned in the previous slide, and CNRA also provided information related to project delivery, planning, partnerships, and community engagement that occurred throughout 2022, as well as next steps in Phase 1 of the SSMP. The table on the right shows the date of release of the annual report throughout the years, as well as the yearly acreage milestones and restoration implemented. CNRA has acknowledged that they're behind on their acreage milestones and hope to catch up by 2025. For 2022, CNRA lists 290 acres of projects in their annual report. Next slide. As part of this workshop, written comments were solicited and were due by May 2nd. There were a total of 5 comment letters that were submitted for today's workshop. The written comments received are listed on our State Water Board webpage, and these comment letters are public and available by request. Next slide. Here's an overview of the agenda for yesterday and today's workshop. So yesterday, we had presentations by CNRA on their Phase 1 update. We had a panel on hydrology in the Colorado River drought and habitat and wildlife, and a presentation on the MIP. And yesterday's workshop is available to watch online on our webpage. Today, we will have a presentation on the overview of community needs strategy, as well as panels on air quality and public health, water quality, and community voices and projects. And then we're going to close out the workshop with looking ahead with a presentation on the long-range plan and feasibility study process. And there will be 2 opportunities for public comment in today's workshop. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation. My email address is listed there if anyone would like to reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. And just have to take a moment to thank everyone, those involved with the tour earlier today and also this 2-day workshop. It's taken a lot, I know, to bring us all together, and this doesn't just happen, and just want to acknowledge everyone's work that's contributed to that, including you, Stephanie. Before we move to our panel, I want to actually we had opening remarks yesterday, but want to acknowledge that there may be elected officials here or representatives from elected officials, and want to take them before we get to the overview on the community needs strategy. So if there are folks, and I believe I may, not to call you out, I believe I see Chairman Tortes. And so, Chairman, if there's anything you'd like to add as well, be more than welcome. But Courtney, is there?
Miss Patricia Cooper.
Okay, Patricia Cooper.
Hi, this is Patricia Cooper with Riverside County Supervisor V. Manuel Perez. I attended in person yesterday, and it was a really good meeting. Thank you so much, Chair Esquivel and the board members, for holding this meeting and encouraging public participation in this manner. These past 5 years has been an incredible amount of work that's been done by the CNRA team. SCH is a great example of a successful project, and we're very pleased with this progress. Secretary Crowfoot, the CNRA team, and its local partners have moved forward as one unit and has been supportive of the SSMP. This relationship has worked well, and we hope and would like this collaborative relationship to continue. I understand the frustration and some criticism of the slow progress. All comments and ideas are appreciated, and we're just really pleased to see so much collaboration and outreach done by the CNRA team. So the reality is that the Salton Sea is a massive project. I think people forget when you go out and see it firsthand what an incredible large project we're dealing with. And these projects take a lot of time. They take required planning, community outreach, permits, land access agreements, RFPs, which translates to years. These large projects do not happen under 4 to 5 years. So we do have limited funding, and we heard Secretary Crowfoot yesterday describe our state budget deficit. And we hope and look forward to the continued progress that the CNR team has brought to our Salton Sea. We have to stay the course, stay focused, and continue to support the larger stakeholder vision for the Salton Sea. Thank you to this board, Secretary Crowfoot, the CNR team, for your dedication and hard work to the Salton Sea project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Appreciate your comments. Next, we can go to the overview of our community needs strategy. And I believe calling up here Sarah Friedman, Better World Group, Christian Rodriguez, Kunque Design Initiative, and then Daniela Flores. Good to see you all again. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you'll need to, there's a button on the mic.
Okay, first step complete. My name is Sarah Friedman, and I'm with a company called Better World Group Advisors that has been supporting California Natural Resources Agency on preparing the Salton Sea Community Needs Strategy. The Community Needs Strategy identifies community needs and recommended actions that the state, regional, and local entities can take to ensure communities thrive. At the very highest level, the Salton Sea Management Programs, restoration efforts at the sea, and the historic investments which could come to this region are really big opportunities. But to take advantage of these to address community needs is going to require really strong collaboration between the Salton Sea Management Program, local community-based organizations and residents, tribal and local governments, and other local institutions. Next slide, please. Great. So as I mentioned, we were engaged by the California Natural Resources Agency a bit over a year ago, really in response to advocacy over almost the last decade from community-based organizations and residents in the region, advocating for multi-benefit infrastructure projects at the sea that would address the intersectional needs of communities. And by embarking on this process, the Salton Sea Management Program really was committing to try to understand ways to address the community needs through their own restoration projects at the sea. And then for addressing needs that were maybe outside of the scope of the Salton Sea Management Program, really kind of identifying what those may be and supporting partnerships that could help make that happen. And I think over the course of the time that we've been working on this project, there have been, through the 10-year projects, particularly some of the more collaborative 10-year projects, and the long-range plan have presented some really interesting and good opportunities to incorporate some of these values into projects, including equitable access. For example, the long-range plan really, for the first time, kind of considered how equity and justice could be advanced through Salton Sea management projects. I think key to implementing any of this, we heard this yesterday, is really addressing land access and capacity issues within both the state team and beyond. Next slide, please. Great. So again, we really kind of built off and continue to build off the work that community-based organizations and residents have led over the years. So we started with reviewing really kind of the wealth of public comments and reports over the years, conducting interviews. California Natural Resources Agency focused, kind of ran a series of regional benefits focus groups, which tackled some of the various issues that really had kind of surfaced and tried to bring together Salton Sea advocates with those elsewhere in the region and beyond who were seeking to address those issues. And finally, as we'll discuss next, Daniela and Christian, through their efforts, really led a vital community engagement process in a very limited time frame. And then again, we'll have more opportunity this summer. The document will be released with a 45-day public comment period. Next slide, please. Great. So I'm going to very briefly review the goals, the 7 goals that are kind of surfaced in the report. And again, those really come from doing this literature review and focus groups and interviewing, and then kind of figuring out which of these needs really kind of surfaced and were intersectional through what had been heard over the years. So the first was meaningful tribal consultation and engagement. Recognizing that California's Native American tribes must be meaningfully engaged and consulted. And some of the initial recommendations really aim to support tribal and state capacity for engagement and consultation on Salton Sea projects, protecting cultural access and investment in tribal economies and infrastructure. And again, I should say again at the outset, the way this document is structured, there are very specific actions the Salton Sea Management Program can take, and then many of these recommendations are much broader. So the goal 2 is equitable outdoor access and recreation. And these recommendations really kind of aim to create opportunities for collaborative access, trail planning, recreation at the sea, to provide opportunities for residents to visit the sea more safely and to build a connection to nature at the sea and in their communities. The third is environmental and public health. And these recommendations kind of would aim to reduce health risks, improve public health information, programs and resources, and engage residents in some of the environmental health research efforts. So next slide, please. Oh, so the next one is about workforce. And one of the common themes that emerged was the need for high quality local careers and sustainable job opportunities. And these recommendations really kind of focus on opportunities within the Salton Sea restoration program itself to provide high quality local careers. Number 5 is expanding and enhancing transportation access. So this is road safety improvements, increased public and active transportation infrastructure, walking paths, bike paths, et cetera. Climate resilience, which is how to better protect communities from the impacts of climate change, better response for emergencies, and increasing resilience and reliability of the grid water infrastructure. And then the 7th is broadband. So this is recommendations to really increase internet availability. So as I mentioned before, many of these recommendations are really kind of outside of the scope of the Salton Sea Management Program. But there are some really specific actions which we identify in the report that the SSMP itself could probably take to help support addressing these regional needs. And then there also needs to be a really strong state and regional coordination to better support communities and to overcome these existing limitations. The Salton Sea Management Program itself has barriers related to land ownership, funding, staffing to address these goals, but I think there can be a good blueprint for strong regional collaboration. And as Christian and Daniela will address further, inclusive community engagement is pivotal to all of this work. And we wouldn't have gotten this far without borrowing from the institutional knowledge and ideas of community residents who know these issues the best.
Not to interrupt, I just want to flag for folks. I think we're having some challenges with the slides and trying to correct it. So, or are they okay? I'm sorry. Okay.
Great, thank you. Can we pull up the, yep, thank you. So Chair, Vice Chair, Board, it's great to see you all again. We responded to an RFP that was put out by the Salton Sea Authority to be able to do this engagement for this project that Better World Group was doing. And, you know, I want to say that the framework, I want to talk about our framework, it had very specific considerations. It took into account meeting fatigue. Folks have been telling us that that is an issue across, you know, county lines. Folks have been attending these meetings, have been engaging in this conversation for quite some time. We wanted to also create an entry point for folks that had not been part of the conversation. And so how we best do that is really what we took into account as we were thinking about the way we were going to engage these communities. We also wanted to create a sense of transparency. We wanted the community to know what this was and what this was not. We didn't want to overpromise, and we didn't want to say giving us your feedback is going to immediately lead to intervention or a solution tomorrow. And we were you know, very surprised how well the community understood that and really wanted to be a part of this process to kickstart something that would be more institutionalized. And our scope was limited in time, it was limited in funding, and we did have a special focus on Imperial County because KDI and many other organizations that have been here before you have been engaging in the Eastern Coachella Valley for a long time on this particular topic, but not so much with Imperial County. And so we partner with Ivy Equity, who are our community experts in the region. So we can go to the next slide, please. KDI and Ivy Equity surveyed 508 people, and we met with 55 individuals through a focus group workshop. We also additionally engaged around 225 people in these mobile pop-up events that we created, where people gave us feedback on the types of infrastructure needs, the types of amenities that they would like to see, and how they wanted to engage with the Salton Sea. All of this work was based on information, data that we have gathered in the last 5-6 years that we've been engaging in this conversation with the Eastern Coachella Valley, and know that similarity in communities across county lines. So the engagement took place in Calipatria, Westmoreland, Salton City, El Centro, Calexico, and community of Thermal. Next slide, please. A highlight from our survey is our age demographic. Most engaged were 25 to 45, and that actually there was a real intent in engaging young people as they should be defining future policy, future investment in their communities. 63% of the survey respondents were female, and 75% were identified as Hispanic or Latino. Next slide. Some of the desired amenities were parks and walking paths. People really wanted to engage with the Salton Sea in a way that they're currently not engaging, and in ways that other state parks or other state-run amenity points are available. And as far as infrastructure needs, people really talked about the need for housing and reliable transportation. And we knew this to be intersectional because people wanted to live in those communities, have a healthy life in those communities, but also have a way to access any sort of entry points into the Salton Sea. Next slide. And through this engagement, we also asked residents to give us priorities on needs and infrastructure and types of interventions. And so shade equity was something that came across constantly throughout all of our conversations, and the need for investment in infrastructure. Also medical clinics, traffic control measures across the communities. Next slide. This process was a new way of engaging folks and engaging CBOs and NGOs. We were given a contract that allowed us to subcontract IV equity, and we also were giving stipends to survey participants, or I should say they were experts, and so we were paying for their expertise collecting that data. And for the focus group participation, partners that were engaged were Field, the Brawley Senior Center, Oasis Leadership Committee, and the Juntos al Aire Libre Youth Volunteers. And I'll pass it on to my colleague, Daniela.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Daniela Flores. I'm executive organizer for Imperial Valley Equity and Justice Coalition. We're a relatively new organizing group. Just so that, just to share more about our organization, we are focused on several priorities across and on advocacy and organizing across health equity, environmental and social justice. I'll just share when we were approached, and we can go to the next slide so you have a visual. When we were approached to work on this project, we were essentially only engaged on the survey and focus group component. We had recognized that there was a real need, an agreement with folks that there was a real need to increase participation from the folks in Imperial Valley. And so our organization saw it as a low-hanging fruit to sort of, it was very challenging because we only had maybe like 5 weeks to do a whole lot of engagement. So I really do commend the teams for the really incredible work to try to talk to as many residents. And so that's kind of the approach we took, really knowing that every single resident that could participate was important and worth the time to try to engage, even if it wasn't at the scale that we hoped. And so I'd like to share that board and everyone in attendance, because we hope that this is really just a sample of what some folks in Imperial Valley are saying, but we recognize, along with our other partners like Comité Cívico and others that are very interested in doing a more comprehensive assessment of what we're doing here, or what the vision is regarding Salton Sea. And so I'll talk a little bit about the lessons learned or some lessons affirmed. We've been talking to community members about different topics, just generally through our engagement on, the healthcare, lithium, as well as, just other general issues that have come up throughout the kind of hardship of the pandemic. And so for us, it was a little bit of a new topic to bring to our base. Because we hadn't necessarily brought this opportunity on Salton Sea, and we were really surprised of the engagement. People were really having really thoughtful conversations. And I'll just share, we had a event at a hot dog place, a local hot dog spot. We're able to give folks a hot dog and just create some community and have conversations about the Salton Sea. And really people saw the relevance with being able to discuss this in a very informal way. While we know there's so much that we could always kind of do better, we did learn a couple things. And for one is that you'll notice in our survey there was a lot of English speakers that ended up completing the survey. And so just to say, it's really helpful for cultural relevance to have more one-on-one conversations with folks. And that's why those pop-ups were so important, because that's where we were able to have some of those. To the point of Christian, to really the importance of having partnerships that allow these engagements to reach farther out into communities that traditionally don't get their input in. And we felt that we were good partners to kind of expand the folks that were within reach. So really encouraging these kinds of partnerships. And then, of course, meeting folks where they're at. This picture it was on the MLK event that's conducted annually here at the Imperial Valley by the Ivy Social Justice Committee and the Black Lives Matter group. And one of our pop-up events, we did it at this location where they were having their event already. We put our table together, and what a greater way to honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King than to have some actions right there for folks. So that was great. We could go to the next slide, and I'll just share these other another picture of where we were eating the hot dogs with residents, and really just want to emphasize more on the ways that this framework really allowed to honor the residents' expertise. And we thought that the incentives that were offered were equitable and being able to do that properly. People felt valued. People, some people that were there were even calling others to come over and, just like natural advocates that were just there recruiting their friends and family to come talk about the Salton Sea with us. And so, it's really important to ensure that that there is ample time. I know that we all have deadlines. We know that the legislations often are what seem like really hard deadlines, and I just encourage us, the bureaucracy really to have that level of flexibility when to conduct meaningful engagement. Sometimes it means being flexible with some of those timelines. As a community partner, we felt that, had we had maybe a couple more weeks, we could have had broader engagement, a little bit more, it was rough. It was really tough. But again, just wanting to make the recommendation that wherever possible, it is important to institutionalize not only the frameworks that we're trying to make more equitable but that there is the time and the proper investment, and that all the bureaucratic red tape is really reduced. And all the ways that I know as agencies and communities we're learning, like what are the ways that communities are able to engage best. And that's when, it is, those barriers are intentionally removed for groups like ours to be able to facilitate and participate. And the last thing I'll say is that Ivy Equity believes in the ownership of this information. Residents should feel ownership. They should feel that their input and their vision is being represented. And so the way we've learned is that the more this is written in the law and in the frameworks and in direction, the more we'll see that engagement is moving towards ownership, rather than just merely getting input, where it really is participatory, and that there is transparency in terms of what is feasible, what will never make it to the vision because of X, Y, and Z, but just kind of having that direct communication with the community so that we know what to expect, but that also our experience is honored and heard, and that it's shown through the writings of future recommendations and direction that's given. But thank you so much for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, three. I'm just incredibly impressed how far the conversation has been coming these last years, really. As you know, it was about 3 years ago that we were set to come here and be in person. Since those 3 years, a lot has happened, and I know between COVID and its response, the way we saw its inequities in our communities, it has mobilized so many of these discussions. I just want to acknowledge you three in that work. And just thank you for this, because this is some of the more important work that can be done. And it's importantly, not the core of what the Salton Sea program is trying to do. It's, there's this obligation, the stipulated order, we've gone through those things, but it is so essential because it is parsing out how can this work be accommodating to what are really complex lived experiences in our communities that are often amongst many of the different agencies amongst us, our like collective role to make sure we all maintain an equitable quality of life. And so being intentional, to your point, creating that space and resourcing it is I know something this board continues to be very sensitive to. So I just can't thank you enough for the good work that has gone on here, and that there's looking forward to the draft, and ultimately as well ways we can keep connecting folks to the jobs that are out there as well, that I know the many things that we heard yesterday and that we continue to hear amongst this. So just hats off and thanks. And I guess, the question kind of being, what is the opportunity to scale up some of this work? What do you see as, the capacity, I guess, for receiving additional dollars, doing additional work that's, more specific as we kind of unpack a lot of this?
I can start by saying that, when we responded to this RFP, we realized that this was a new way of doing this particular engagement, really partnering with the folks that are on the ground doing this work, who've been doing this work and investing in these communities. This is why it was important for us to partner with someone like Ivy Equity, because they knew the community best. And even though we provided a framework and had already been having these types of conversations, every community needs to have a specific contextualized engagement effort. And that, I think we cannot stress enough, the support of nonprofits and community groups and advocates, even at that level, is very important. And there needs to be an opportunity to collaborate, partner with them is what I would recommend moving forward and scaling. Like Daniela was saying, it was a quick turnaround project, but I think we have a lot to be very proud of, and just a snapshot of what is possible within a 5-week time frame if you could scale this back and invest some real resources to this. The engagement opportunity is substantial.
I would just say, I don't know if I said it earlier, but so this was a partnership between California Natural Resources Agency and, Mario in particular worked really hard to try to identify the funding and work with Salton Sea Authority, and Patrick also played a really big role in making this happen and kind of trying to identify ways to be more flexible in terms of compensation for community members, which was, kind of a really core part of the success of that. And it took a lot of work.
One thing that I would add, as along the same lines as just really valuing resident voices throughout the entire process. I think Often we seek residents to be involved once it's data collection time, once we want to know that. But it's so important, as we saw through our conversations, that it is residents that are at the table the whole way through design, planning, engagement, and also reporting. That's one thing that I think was, that we could have been more involved in the analysis and even how the story was framed, right? Having more time, we could have done that. And so really important to embed the community voice the entire way through. And I would say that there is definitely opportunities to scale this. I mean, there's to the point of how difficult it was to ensure that the funding was there. Now that we have gone through this exercise, what are some ways that through the bureaucracy we can still ensure that there is that allocation, that the engagement and the resident voice being centered is prioritized from the way beginning, so that we already know, this is how much we're going to need when the time comes. And not only that, but engaging them throughout the entire way, so that it's not a surprise or that it's not as challenging to get that funding. But I think that, I'm also really grateful that there was that effort to ensure that, it was there. I think the opportunities to also scale is regarding the different topics, right? We did learn several key findings. So really diving deeper, I could see a framework where we might talk about, those areas where maybe it's more aligned with the mission and order. But then there's also an opportunity to explore these other more holistic needs that are coming out that, we should still explore and we should honor, build up upon it, and potentially offers information to collaborate with other agency partners that are, more in line to either implement that or inform their current needs assessments or other efforts.
Really appreciate that. I know we're doing a lot of consolidation work in the Eastern Coachella Valley, and again, there's all these kind of cross-sectional challenges, and how to bring that all together is going to be, I really look forward to more of that work. My last question is just, what resources from the state agencies have the most impact, seem to be the most useful when it comes to some of your engagement?
Well, I would say thinking about engagement in a creative way, I think could start, thinking about the way that we're allocating resources towards the engagement needs to take some serious brainstorming and some serious creativity. And so I think that additionally from providing substantial funding to this effort, there needs to be also an opportunity to connect those resources directly back to the community. Something that, through the ability of doing this with Patrick through the Salton Sea Authority, it really created the creativity opportunity for us to say, well, we're going to go get some hot dogs. We're going to be giving out hot dogs, and people are going to want to engage with us. And so even thinking about those sort of limits, we work a lot with state grants, and so we know that there are very, very specific things that limit that type of spending. So I would suggest doing a thorough sort of review of those types of limitations, and then allowing for more flexibility, like Daniela was saying, once it hits on the ground, because we need to meet people where they are. We need to be at the time that people are available, and we need to be able to incentivize. I will say, I'm always telling our leaders and folks that we engage, I actually get paid to do this work. It's wonderful that I get paid to do this work, but this work is volunteer work. This is time away from families. This is time away from even TV, church, and so it should have some form of immediate amenity and validation to these folks' energy and effort engaging with us.
One opportunity, and I'll just be brief, one opportunity as part of equitable engagement and people's ability to participate and facilitate is investment in leadership development. I dream of the day where we really are able, and I believe we're there. I believe we do need investment, though, to ensure that it would be wonderful if the funds can go to residents themselves to be the ones that are doing the engagement. Of course, I was, and so was my partner, but to scale this up, right, we potentially, we're committed to developing leadership, and so we could provide, some support to train folks to do engagement and multiply their participation so that it continues to be rooted and not only informed and led by them, but also that they develop themselves as well in a really positive way.
Fantastic. Really appreciate you entertaining my questions. Board members, any other comments or questions? Board Member Firestone.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks. And this is really exciting. And I'll just say thank you to both CNRA and the Salton Sea Authority for showing the value that you all are placing in making sure that the engagement and community input is able to be front and center. And one thing I'll just call out that I really appreciate is acknowledging that people have been participating for a long time and providing public comments. And so going back to what those public comments were in all of those and pulling those out and helping to synthesize that in addition to the one-on-one and really community, surveys and focus groups and events. It's just an acknowledgement that it's not just this one effort. It's really, this has been years that people have been providing input, and we need to recognize and value and lift that up so that we can see that. And I think now that we're going to have this report, which I'm really excited to see the final of, is just that I think we would expect and hope that, especially in the annual report, next year and as we go forward, just if we can pull out more specifically what, CNRA has been implementing in terms of integration of the recommendations. So obviously you can't do everything, but you're just sort of making that direct connection on how we're using this within the work that CNRA is doing each year so that folks can see that that connection of is this worth the time that folks put in. And then I'll also just recognize that having the engagement staff that we have now at CNRA helping to navigate the bureaucratic challenges that state funding has and really valuing meeting, understanding that in order to get real engagement, you have to be able to do things like pay for local expertise is incredibly important. So just thank you to the staff and appreciate, I think that is, as you said, Chair Esquivel, if considering just how far we've come on this over the past 3 years, I think is very much made possible because of the staff that have been making this happen, and just recognizing that this is part of local workforce development. So I do think, as we're going forward and seeing future engagement investments and the follow-up engagement that we're going to need to keep doing, just continuing to learn from these models and ways to support local workforce and engagement staff locally. And just finally, for us at the Water Board, we've been, we've been really focused on improving our community engagement across our programs. And so there's just a lot of good lessons learned for us more broadly, I think, as the state and public agencies, just how to navigate some of these things that are true for all agencies that are trying to make sure that we're really centering community input, and especially from Black, Indigenous, and communities of color as we're trying to advance our racial equity efforts. So I think we can take this back and continue to learn from it. I look forward to seeing the final report.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you all again. Oh, no, please. Board Member Morgan.
So just really quick, I just really wanted just to say thank you. You know, it was 5 weeks, but you guys did a tremendous amount of work in 5 weeks. So I just really wanted to acknowledge that. You know, it really just an impressive amount of work. And I also am looking forward to seeing the report, and just this really should be a model. There's a lot to be learned from the work that you guys did here that could be used elsewhere. So again, just thank you for the work that you do.
Here, here. Thank you, board member. No other comments? Thank you so much. Really appreciate this panel and appreciate the extra time. I know we're running a little bit behind time, but we'll keep being able to catch up in the calendar here, or the schedule. So let's go ahead and transition quickly then to panel number 3. And this next panel will be on air quality and public health. And it looks like this panel will be facilitated by Dr. Jason Lowe, who's Deputy Executive Officer with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and he'll help introduce our panelists. And just want to thank our panelists for their participation in all this. Give folks a moment to settle.
All right, thank you, Chair Esquivel, and definitely appreciate this opportunity and all the efforts that went into creating this workshop to discuss the very important issue of the Salton Sea. So I've been personally involved with the Salton Sea issues for over 15 years, being part of the original Science Committee and a current member of the Science Committee to provide that scientific information to that body. So as Board Member Firestone had mentioned, I'm one of those who have been providing input over the years and hopefully have been heard. Air quality and public health are important topics to address as there are concerns of current air quality as well as increased air pollution as the Salton Sea potentially recedes, impacting the air of the nearby onshore communities as well as those communities beyond. It's basically wonderful to follow the community needs panel because it is wonderful to hear those efforts on community engagement and the voices being heard from the work that is being done. So I definitely applaud Christian and Daniela for their work to get that community involvement, get the community voices heard, because the community are active partners and they're valuable partners as we try to guide our efforts into addressing priorities that are of concern to them. And that affect their day-to-day life. This approach has been taken as part of the AB 617 program, for which South Coast AQMD as well as Imperial Valley APCD have been involved with. As part of, specifically with regards to air quality, South Coast AQMD on the northern side in the eastern Coachella Valley have increased air monitoring efforts, including air toxics, hydrogen sulfide, and particulate matter. We have also been working with community groups to deploy air quality sensors to also increase the amount of air quality information available to that community. In addition, we've been partnering with the community steering group that's been formed to be able to identify priorities to be able to address one of their concerns with the Salton Sea. A lot of it, as has been mentioned and been a huge theme of this workshop, is collaboration with other agencies, because this is a very complex issue. It does require a lot of effort to be able to address a lot of these issues and be able to all come to the table, be able to communicate what resources we have and how to apply our resources effectively to address the priority concerns. The other aspect is we've been working to deploy air filtration, as well as looking for funding opportunities for weatherization. So this distinguished panel that we have here have done a lot of work to address air quality concerns, but I think a lot of this is about how we can work together, and there may be some questions later on about how we can maybe combine some of those efforts to affect a better solution. With that, I'm happy to introduce Los Amado from the Community de Sevilla de Valle.
Thank you. Those slides are small. Thank you. Good evening, board members in the audience for coming out to the Imperial Valley and really appreciate you taking the time to get to know our community and just recognize that there are many communities all around the Salton Sea, and all a little bit different, you know. And so it's important to come out here and meet everybody, every one of them. So today the presentation will be about community air monitoring that we have done. We have a long history of doing air monitoring. I mean, our monitoring goes back to about, I don't know, 2 decades, where we've gone out there and done handheld air monitoring like P-tracks and counted emissions from trucks and smaller, light duty, heavy duty, and try to make a case, you know, of what a bad air quality looks like in certain part of the neighborhood and a better air quality, and, you know, just try to convince policymakers that, you know, they would have to, or at least convince them to try to redirect resources where the most affected areas are. That research also, we have a long history working with public health on programs such as you know, asthma, respiratory type conditions. Imperial Valley fails to meet for many years, and I know that in recent years the Air District has done extraordinary job. So as opposed to other years where we're here just to try to beat them up, you know, we've actually come a long way in the work that has been happening here locally, addressing the air quality. And part of that, I would say, is just being honest with each other, because a lot of times as advocates, we just want to be heard. It's like, it's a problem, you know, and then the other side is like, it's not a problem. But sometimes it's just as simple as just understanding each other, aligning languages. You know, we speak in different languages, regulatory and community, and sometimes that in itself can create a lot of stress and sometimes make either one of us feel not heard, or a lot of times makes government feel like, oh, we're doing our best, but, you know, so, I mean, still today, I'm pretty sure you as board members see that, the CNRA and other governmental agencies. Next slide, please. So here you see a slide where we have one of our fixture there is an air monitor. This project was funded by the National Institutes of Health back in about, I think, 2014. We got a $2 million grant from a Research to Action that helped us deploy our first 40 monitors. 20 of the monitors were located all throughout Imperial Valley and the all surroundings the Salton Sea. And our goal was first is to get the community's concerns. So our first 20 were informed fully by the communities. You can see that's the advisory that helped us both advise us on the setting the first 20, but also helped us create access to getting these monitors and even build relationships with like our public utility, IID, our air district to help us co-locate our monitors. All our monitors are co-located to make sure that we are having some consistency with the regulatory monitors. You don't see that there, but we actually have flags that are also located in many communities throughout the Coachella and Imperial. Many of those are in schools. So part of this is that we know with the Salton Sea, I would say the harm, we know that, you know, the air pollution is here. So the air notification program intends to inform the community so they can take proactive decisions on, you know, to stay indoors whenever the air quality is bad. Next slide. Here you can see the granularity of our monitors. When we first launched our monitors, there was only, I think, 4 monitors that were regulatory, 3 of the county and 1 in the state. I think that since then, maybe the county has 1 more, maybe 4 or 5, yeah. So there you can see that's a good picture there. You see 1 red marker there, and that means that the air quality is bad in that area. Our monitors, our range that our scientists and experts have given, as I say, I think we have a pretty good range around 2 miles, right? So each one of those markers, the more monitors we add, then the more coverage we have. Next slide. And here, you know, we see, I'm having trouble seeing, oh, here we go. All right, so here you see the information about the importance of this tool, you know. So over the years, we've done a lot of research, just so you know. We've worked on ag burning studies. We've been able to do asthma studies. We've been able to work with USC to collect filter-based samples. So like I said, there's enormous amounts of information that we've been able to collect And here in this slide, you see some of the major sources: pesticide, agriculture equipment, heavy-duty vehicles, fugitive emissions. The Imperial Valley does have about 3 times greater asthma prevalence in comparison to the state, in comparison to the nation altogether. Next slide. And here you can see the data as well. From, I would say, January 1st to March 11, you would see that the cumulative data there, I think it was I think a third of the days in this data shows that there were bad air quality days. Also, this data is being shared. We go next slide. There you can see this actually, if you go back, I'm sorry, go back one to the slide. I'll explain this really quick. So our data is actually being shared with the county to help inform the AB 617. Imperial was among the first 3 communities back in 2018 that were selected to be part of the community air protection program. So the cities closest to the border, Calexico, Heber, and El Centro were the first ones. Of course, that's attracted over $10 million of investments. Now, this year, we partnered again with the Air District, and we've been able to get certain communities on the north end to be able to also be part of the program. And one of the challenges is we want every community to be part of the program, from the Coachella to the Imperial. However, it is a financial decision. There's not enough money to help bring every community all at once, so we're going to continue to try to get more communities into the program. That's going to help invest in air pollution mitigation type of projects. Maybe some of those might end up in the Salton Sea, but we would hope that a lot of these are also helping mitigate it more directly where the neighborhoods are, the communities, and some of those projects have been around, paving, electric buses. Maybe that's some of the stuff that Tom might talk about, so I don't want to take from you. The other thing that I also wanted to share is that we're also sharing this information with the state. The state developed a database called AirView. So we're actually, I think, the first community-based, and several other regulatory monitors have been able to meet all the criteria to be able to put that data. So we're not, when I say low cost, it shouldn't be assumed as, like we're just out there just deploying. This is scientific instruments. So they're low cost, but they are totally scientific, quality assured instruments. And to, again, validate that is that the state has very stringent criteria, and all our monitors are actually the only community-based monitors that are in that database. So we met all the metrics. Next slide. That's just showing the community that is selected right now so far. The next slide. Again, it's just more data. I know we're running out of time, so next slide. And again, this is data in terms of the asthma prevalence. I think I spoke about that as well. So you can see the asthma rates throughout the Imperial Valley, and what that looks like. So as an example, you see the schools. One of the things that I think it's important to share with this slide is that we've had deaths. Unfortunately, we've lost children as a result of asthma. So we have a program that actually does home interventions that addresses both mitigates the indoor and the outdoor environment. Part of this information, the importance of this data is that we can help inform the community. So especially families who are already suffering from asthma, they can register to our alert system. They can get alerts whenever the air quality is at any time. Where they want, like, we have this similar to the air quality index. We have green, yellow, orange, and red. The government actually has maroon, but once it hits red, it's bad. Like, we don't even need to get to maroon. Next slide. Coming soon is the SIBIN mobile monitor. This is we'll be measuring contaminants such as methane, carbons, particulate matter, and VOCs, and so on. So we've already, this vehicle is in our office already. As you can see, we've installed the first electrical vehicle charger. Right now, we're already have secured the resources and are ready to put shovels on the ground to install 20 fast electric vehicle chargers. one of my colleagues was telling me that there's actually a scientific research that says for every charger that you have a percentage of reduction of asthma cases. So, I mean, we hope that we're bringing also not only the air quality, but also bringing solutions and these guys. A lot of times environmental justice is seen as, oh, we're just advocates, and all we're here is just to express our sentiments, but we're actually building things. We're actually part of the solution, and through partnerships, we're able to do that. And I know we've worked with South Coast, worked with the state and the local air district. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Luis, and for highlighting great examples of how you're going to bring meaningful data to the community so that they can make good choices and also bring information to decision makers such as the board here. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that we have Dr. Ryan Sinclair, who's in the next panel, but he's also the lead for our Eastern Coachella Valley Monitoring Sub-Working Group. So he is a large part of what makes our work in South Coast very meaningful in the Eastern Coachella Valley. With that, I'd like to pass it over to Jessica Humes from the Imperial Irrigation District. Jessica.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. My name is Jessica Humes. I'm the Environmental Project Manager at the Imperial Irrigation District, and I oversee the environmental mitigation team that implements mitigation measures related to the quantification settlement water transfer. So we range from everything, concrete linings, burrowing owls, all the way to the Salton Sea and air quality implementation. Today I'll be giving a brief overview of projects that we have been working on as part of our Salton Sea air quality mitigation program and how those are going. So next slide. The Salton Sea air quality mitigation program was developed to meet the 4 steps required from the air quality section in the QSA EIR EIS, with IID specifically focusing on restricting access, research and monitoring, and direct emissions reductions at the Salton Sea. The program itself was developed in 2016 with 3 main components. The first being estimating annual emissions around the playa and the surrounding desert to identify where priority projects should be going as more and more playa is exposed. Part 2 includes planning and designing projects for implementation based on those annual emissions. And then part 3 is implementation of the projects for proactive dust control, and then monitoring for operational and maintenance needs, and including monitoring for where additional projects might go in the future and how they might change over time. We've also been coordinating with the Salton Sea Management Program to transition some of these projects that we have been planning and designing over to the state and their program. Next slide. At the end of the year in 2022 or 2023, IID's air quality team calculates annual playa exposure and then compares these numbers to previous years. This is how we get an acreage calculation, and we know how much more has been exposed each year. Additional factors go into these calculations, and they include how much of the playa is currently vegetated in areas where wetlands may go, or there may be drains or shoreline pools. At the end of year 2022, we saw 30,488 acres of exposed playa, with 22,000 acres being open playa. The remaining 8,000 is a combination of vegetation, pools, or sheet flow. Compared to 2021, we saw an increase of 2,800 acres around the Salton Sea. This map also shows where some of the projected shorelines were based on the SALSA 2 model and where we thought it might be in the future. So right now we are under that projection of that model. Next slide. After completing our annual emissions estimate and playa exposure maps, we are able to identify where the highest potential of emissions might be coming off of the playa and plan projects accordingly. Based on this graph and table here, you'll see that about 30% of the exposed playa accounts for 88% of the total potential PM10 emissions coming off of the playa. Our goal is to maximize the amount of projects implemented in the areas that are needed the most. So by targeting this 30%, we will have the most impact on controlling PM10. And just a little bit more, the green areas shows some areas of vegetation, and then the orange, and they're lower emissions, and then the orange are the hot spots. So that's where most of the emissions are coming from. Next slide. IID has been collaborating with the state to utilize all of the data that we have collected over the years through our emissions estimate to prioritize where projects go. This map shows where both IID and salt and sea management programs are either currently being planned, constructed, or have been implemented. The areas in orange are IID's projects, and blue are the state's. Some of these projects may currently be in construction, but we take all of that into account when we are factoring what the emissions potential is. In 2022, IID has added an additional 330 acres of new surface roughening projects for a grand total of 2,590 acres of implemented projects around the Salton Sea. We have also completed 4 groundwater wells in the Salton City area, what we call Clubhouse, and plan to utilize that water for vegetation projects later this fall once we complete the conditional use project with Imperial County. We will also begin installation of 3 groundwater wells in the Bombay Beach area to the east of the town, and then we'll be doing a vegetation project there as well once those wells are installed. We continue to monitor existing projects and we'll be implementing some maintenance of our surface roughening, installing some sand fence, and some other projects around the Salton Sea this summer. And then we are also working on a multi-benefit project with funding from Bureau of Reclamation, and we're hoping to transition that project with the Salton Sea Management Program for construction and then long-term O&M. And that is a short summary of what we've been working on around sea. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jessica, for a great overview of how IID is targeting the most emissive areas to make the most effective use of emission control strategies. Now I'll pass it over to Thomas Brinkerhoff from the Imperial Valley Air Pollution Control District.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, board, members of the public. My name is Thomas Brinkerhoff. I am the Compliance Division Manager with the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. And this evening we have a brief series of slides here to give you all an overview of our agency and some of our grant projects and some of the good works we've done in recent years through our AB 617 program. Next slide, please. So first, we just wanted to give a quick overview of our agency structure. We are classified through the lens of the Air Resources Board, the California Air Resources Board, as a rural district. But our staff has gradually grown over the years. We have some of our main primary divisions that consist of our Planning and Monitoring Division, which are responsible for developing and updating our air quality attainment plans that are transmitted to EPA and to CARB for approval over the years. They are also responsible for developing new and amending rules and regulations for state and federal mandates. And they are also responsible for monitoring our local air quality and maintaining our local air monitoring network of stations, which we have 5 regulatory monitors, which we will show in the next slide. We have our compliance division. I'll go ahead and go back to the previous slide. Not quite yet. We have our compliance division, which is responsible for doing routine inspections, announced and unannounced, of our permitted sources throughout the county, as well as following up on complaints that are submitted by members of the public for air quality issues that may be happening throughout our jurisdiction to ensure compliance with our rules and regulations. We also manage and oversee the agricultural burn program and residential burn program in Imperial County. We have our engineering division, which writes and reviews permits for local emission sources that are subject to our rules that require permits. We have a number of federal sources that are required to be part of the Title V program, 8 of them. We have 9 synthetic minor sources, which are predominantly geothermal power plants in our jurisdiction, and in total, approximately 800 permitted sources in our county. The engineering staff also manages incentive programs to reduce agriculture burning through our agricultural emission reduction credit program. We also have our grants by national team that looks toward implementing and managing our various grant programs, which we'll be talking about in other slides as well. And part of those efforts involve our binational efforts through the Mexicali and Imperial Valley Air Quality Task Force, which we've been a part of in establishing and maintaining over the past 20 years, as well as our newer program that's been very beneficial and growing through the AB 617 program and our administrative staff. Next slide, please. This slide shows an overview of the robust and extensive monitoring stations, both the regulatory and community-based monitors throughout the county. The ones that you may be able to see in the main image that are green pens labeled with the cities consist of the 5 regulatory monitoring stations that follow the main urban corridor north to south in Imperial Valley, starting in the north end of Island, then Westmoreland, Brawley, El Centro, and Calexico. The other smaller images in this slide show the locations of various community monitors that are maintained, as Luis pointed out earlier, in part by Comité Cívico de Valle, with the IVA network on the left corner, bottom corner, as well as other monitors that are been deployed and maintained by Ritspida in Mexicali Valley. Next slide, please. So as Luis mentioned earlier, down here in the Imperial County, we were fortunate enough to be one of the first 10 select communities through the new AB 617 program, through the Community Air Protection Program, which focuses on looking at what can be improved upon and expanded upon through projects to reduce emissions and to reduce exposure to the public, and look at any gaps and ways we can expand monitoring on a community level and bring the community to the table to look at solutions and have discussions around these topics. For this first community that consists of El Centro, Heber, and Calexico, which we often refer to as the corridor, we have put together a community air monitoring plan that looks at expanding, which we have expanded, the existing network that with our partners Comité Cívico de Valle through the IVA network to deploy additional community monitors throughout the corridor, as well as a community emissions reduction plan, which we put together and mapped out and adopted at the end of 2019, the beginning of 2020, right before the pandemic hit. Again, this through our AB 617 program with our existing community in the southern end, we are in partnership with Comité Cívico de Valle when we put together this nomination and implementing this program. We have our steering committee that's composed of 15 primary and 15 alternate seats. We learned a lot of lessons, and there was quite a bit of challenges that first year with the timetables of the legislation and putting together these important plans and getting the community input that was so vital to make sure that we were shaping this in a very smart way to identify any gaps and anything that the community felt that we were needing to focus on. And again, we put together these plans and they were adopted by the California Air Resources Board. And we've already seen some action with the funding, the dollars and cents that have come down in our community for implementing community projects that reduce emissions and reduce exposure throughout this corridor. We have awarded grant projects for urban greening projects in the corridor, paving projects in and around community areas, parks, and schools, of unpaved lots and unpaved roadways to mitigate and reduce fugitive dust emissions, particulate matter emissions. And we've also funded a number, 17 in total, air filtration, enhanced air filtration systems at schools throughout the corridor. We have also, as some may be aware, fortunate enough through our efforts over the past several years to have a second community that we've nominated on a couple of occasions, approved finally through our efforts and with our collaboration with Comité Cívico de Valle. And we now have the Brawley, Westmoreland, and Calipatria North community as part of the AB 617 program. And that was approved formally in February this year. And we look forward to getting that steering committee for this community up and running. Next slide. Some of the other grant programs and projects that I wanted to highlight briefly involved the funding we have secured over the past 4 years through EPA's targeted airshed grants. This was an extensive effort by the local air district and working with the local communities to see what type of projects we could get for mitigating PM10 and PM2.5 emissions along our main urban area. And we were fortunate enough to be awarded $3.3 million to pave up to 2.8 miles of unpaved residential alleyways in Calexico. There is an extensive network of alleyways in Calexico that bisect residential areas and commercial areas that are unpaved. And with these dollars, we're looking to paving these alleyways and reducing, again, these particulate matter emissions and to improve the air quality for residents. We were also awarded recently $3.5 million to do a similar project with residential alleyways in the city of El Centro. We also have our long-standing running Carl Moyer program, which looks at replacing engines primarily in the agricultural community, such as engines for tractors. And when we first got this program up and running for water pumps, to replace older, dirtier, more emissive diesel engines with cleaner technology, cleaner engines, and have those reductions in place. The summer program of Carl Moyer, which we've been running for the past 5 years, is the Farmer Program. And just to highlight, the Farmer Program in Moyer is through the California Air Resources Board and also programs that you may see in other jurisdictions, other air quality districts up and down the states. And just like that in the Farmer Program, we've looked at reducing emissions and replacing equipment in tractors, water trucks, and feed trucks in our local feedlots and dairies to look at reducing tailpipe emissions from these mobile off-road sources. We have our lawn equipment exchange program, our LEAP program, which we just concluded the 6th cycle of, where we have funding available for local residents to exchange their older, more emissive gasoline-powered equipment in exchange for electric equipment to reduce emissions. It's been a very successful program that keeps growing year in, year out, and one that we hope to have for the foreseeable future for many years. We have our Rural 310 program that is funding that we accumulate each year through our operational development fee, which centers on gaining a portion of monies through new commercial and residential development projects in our jurisdiction to offset any emissions that will be occurring through the operations and the existence of those new projects. And we take some of those, the money that's accumulated through that program to fund reduction projects to reduce PM10 emissions and ozone emissions in our jurisdiction. And finally, to leverage our success in what we're doing with the schools in our jurisdiction and as well as countywide with the enhanced air filtration projects at these schools to reduce exposure to one of our most critical groups that we have in our population, growing young children who have the respiratory systems that are still in development. We have gained funding through the state's supplemental environmental program, and we have filled in the gaps to expand the enhanced air filtration at other schools in the corridor and outside of the existing El Centro Hebron and Calexico corridor. So with that, I just want to say, next slide, there's some of the information, just my information there. And our Air Pollution Control Officer, Belen Lopez, extends her well wishes. She wished she could have been here tonight. She just had another engagement at a binational committee meeting this evening. And thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Thomas, and thank you for the overview of Imperial Valley's work in reducing the air pollution in your community. And you must be excited in working with a second community upcoming next year to get more emissions reduction efforts from there. Unfortunately, our timer for the computer may have also timed out, so I cannot see how much time we have left. So Board Chair Esquivel, I'll pass it to you to determine whether we have time for questions, or I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. I really appreciate this panel. The whole, it's a complex watershed and system, and that nexus between air quality health, public health, and activities at the sea is really critical. And unpacking what all can be attributed to each of those so that we are attacking the problems that are causing the most public health is critical. So just thank you. And also to Board Member Firestone's point, there has been decades of work, and especially in this air side, and just want to thank everyone for their long work and all of this. Look to board colleagues, though, if they have any questions for the air panel. Board Member Firestone.
Keep having questions. Great, thank you. So much work. Echo everything that the chair just said. Just a question, we've, have been able to see and hear a lot about dust suppression projects that are ongoing, and Imperial Irrigation District highlighted a lot of the work that you're doing and have been doing for a while. I'm wondering if you can just speak to what we've learned from monitoring strategy, the different strategies that folks are using from, I'm going to use the wrong terms, but kind of creating furrows to what we heard were grass bales and more permanent vegetation strategies. But so of the different dust suppression strategies that you've tried and are monitoring, their effectiveness, have we learned that some are more effective than others? And if you can just speak a little bit to the effectiveness of the different ones.
Sure. So the key takeaway is that not all playa is equal. I'm going to totally use Brian's words there. Thanks, Brian. But as part of our program, we're constantly looking at the soil characterizations and determining which projects go in the right places. So if you have clay soils, you want to do surface roughening. It's more effective that way. In areas where it's sandier, that's where we've been looking towards developing groundwater, because there's mostly in sandy areas, there is not the drain water that we would typically see on the south or north end of the sea, but developing groundwater for vegetation. But that's also where we're trying to place the hay bales, sand fencing, getting vegetation established in different alternative methods. So I think they all can be effective as long as we're putting them in the right places and making sure we're monitoring them. As part of our program, we are trying to be adaptive and looking to new ways or operational maintenance activities that we can do to either extend the life of a project or transition to something else when that project stops working effectively. So you'll see in the next couple of years, we have some projects that are surface roughening. We're trying to get more vegetation established, or we'll be putting out hay bales and sand fences, especially in some areas where more sand has come in as well. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, and I think just building on that is we've had a presentation on the monitoring implementation plan, and I know there's development or collaboration with many agencies on a more holistic, multi-agency, comprehensive vision on understanding air quality, water quality, environmental, public health, all of those pieces of both projects, but the area more generally. And so I guess I'm wondering if, for example, the monitoring that you talked about in terms of the dust suppression projects, and we heard about a lot of community monitoring as well as air district monitoring. But if those are, if you're looking at a place where that can be collectively housed and seen, so that folks can understand, the effectiveness of projects and sort of what trends are. So I guess the question is, do you see implementation of that sort of integrated, comprehensive monitoring and public access in the near future, I guess, being implemented along the lines of what was developed with that MIP program?
I think we've, at least internally at IID, we have our data and we've tried to share as much as possible. We do have some data that's online. A lot of it, though, is just researcher driven. If they ask for it, we give it. But we have been working with the state and trying to figure out where the best location would be to house all of this data. So, I mean, some of it is very, data intensive. There's so much of it. So that's also a concern. But it is really important to get data out there. So we'll be continuing to work with the state to try to find that proper housing location of it all. Thank you.
I think that maybe the question, if I'm interpreting it correctly, is does it meet the Clean Air Act? Does it meet the state and local regulatory standards? Are the mitigation projects that are being put on the ground already proven, approved technologies? Do they meet BACM or BACN? I forget all the acronyms used within the regulatory agencies. And I'm gonna, at a risk of being wrong, I'm gonna say that they don't, but I'm assuming that Jessica's probably more an expert in regards to whether those, but I think we're here to speak honesty, right? Because if we can't have an honest conversation, you're not gonna know where to help, right? And so I think some of the projects out there, and I'm gonna say like furrows or vegetative furrows, may not yet be approved, but they might be the more affordable. There may be other reasons as to why those strategies are being used versus something that is already in the books that says this is a proven technology. So I don't know. I mean, from a public health standpoint, we need proven technologies. I don't know what other political forces or scientific forces or who owns the land or who doesn't, or whether we wanted to preserve it for lithium or other things, which I'm not against. I don't know, right? Those are the things that we need to be mission driven. And the mission right now is to keep those particles on the ground. And if water isn't gonna be the mitigation, then we need to make sure that we're putting approved mitigation. And if we're putting out there and experimenting, then what's the mitigation to the public health at this point, right? Because can't experiment at the expense of the public's health. I mean, you saw my data. There's an enormous amount of asthma. We have higher asthma in the rest of the state in comparison per capita in the rest of the nation. We can't afford to be experimented on. So what are those mitigations? And look, you know, I know that we don't know what a lot of the answers are, and I really commend everybody who's trying, but you know, we're not talking in billions of dollars. I remember the Pacific Institute for decades now been saying, you know, from the billions, I remember 10 billion, then 30 billion, who knows, it's probably 60 billion right now. We're not talking in billions yet. Have we even reached 1 billion in mitigation? So, I mean, those are really important questions. And just in case I'm not asked, like, what can we do when it comes to the data? We have a lot of data here. I think we have enormous amounts of data accumulated. So sometimes I really get surprised that, oh, we're still hiring consultants and bringing people to do more measurements, and we haven't exhausted the amount of data. I mean, we just, us alone through the IVAN, contributing, you know, millions of data to the state. We're contributing it to the county. The county has data, IID has data, consultants have data. Why are we still paying for more data? We need to mine the data that we have right now, and we need to begin here. I think there's a lot more expertise here than a lot of times the outside thinks that there is. So once we exhaust that, then give us a chance to say, what else do we need to fill data gaps? We want to be your partners.
Thank you, board member, and thank you for the responses. Vice Chair.
Just a question regarding what information you have as to source with respect to the monitoring that's in place right now. Source.
You mean the PM source, like
the characteristics
the pollution
of the
source?
PM10. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I mean, I don't have that data, but there's different types of research that's happening. One is characterizing what the contaminants are. Mm-hmm. I mean, one can only imagine, you know, the way that the irrigation system works. We have new river water, which is carrying contaminants from Mexico. There's discharges that I hope is meeting the regional water quality control standards. We know that they don't because constantly there's violations issues. So we know that there is contaminants reaching the Salton Sea. Let's think, over 100 years of chemicals that are being used for industrial purposes, whether it's agriculture or other industrials, a lot of this is under the sea. So we don't really know to what level of toxics and what each, you know, particulate is. We know that PM10 and PM2.5 are two sources that we persistently fail. Had the Clean Air Act not have what they call but for, so in other words, we don't meet the standards but for emissions coming from other areas, we really are just being given bad air quality. So we're persistently breathing bad air quality. And this Salton Sea is a new source. It wasn't there before. We already failed to meet federal standards for particulates. This is a new source, a huge source. So I would say that aside from there's probably other researchers here, I wasn't prepared to share that kind of toxicity kind of data, but I can point you to the University of USC, Dr. Joe Johnson, Dr. Shoaib Farzan. We've been helping him collect filter samples, shipping them to the labs, and we can bring that, I guess, in a future meeting or share it as soon as possible with the board and anyone else who wants that data. We'll make that connection for you. But PM10, PM2.5, major issue here.
So that's a great question, Vice Chair. I'm going to answer it from two different perspectives. One from the Science Committee perspective, just in the formation of the MIP, and then second as the perspective of what we're doing as part of our Eastern Coachella Valley effort under AB 17 and part of our ongoing efforts that we've been doing over near the northern shore of the Salton Sea. So I think to Lewis's point, there's a lot of data that is out there. And I think when the Science Committee was reviewing the types of data, the water data, the inflows from the water, how that carries over into air quality, because there's a lot of this kind of interface phasal data that one inflow can affect the influx of like air pollution, for example. So just trying to figure out the dynamics of all of that. There is data, but to your point, access to the data and being able to have kind of this warehousing. So as Lewis mentioned, can it be mined to affect how all of that is connected? So the difficulty is when we're going to approach it from the Science Committee, each of us have our kind of main specific areas of expertise. But trying to figure out how that all interconnects and how they interface was a little bit more of a challenge, because seeing how that overlaps and then also seeing what universe of data is available and what data gaps are needed, those are some of the challenges that we were looking at when we're trying to figure out what the existing data is and then what future needs are for kind of this overall monitoring implementation plan. From the kind of the South Coast City Community perspective, as we worked with the communities to understand, Salton Sea is a huge priority, and then kind of exploring what types of, from the air side of things, what may be needed to understand, as Lewis mentioned. I mean, the Salton Sea, I think, was already understood that this was a source. The kind of big stink back in 2009 or 2008 it was, really proved that. So we know it was an existing source. The thing is, will it get worse? Likely, yes. So the question is, okay, well, what types of air quality information are going to be valuable to kind of be able to understand, number one, the current public health issues, and then what potential, to kind of Jessica's work, what kind of future potential impacts can that have, and where can those efforts be prioritized to be able to reduce that impact in the future. So part of the initiatives for AB 17 is to, at least from the air side, kind of at least connect some of the air quality data together at the state level, because what Imperial Valley, what Tom produces, is going to be very different, and they're different databases. They're not necessarily connected to be centralized. They're all transparent, but people in the Imperial Valley would have to log on to the Imperial Valley site. Those in the South Coast Air Basin would be logging to the South Coast AQMD site to download the air quality data, understand the real-time information, et cetera. So it is kind of this larger issue, and that's why we kind of look, as I kind of kicked this off, it is about trying to understand we each have our role here. We need to connect it all together, not just in kind of form like this, but also just the science part of things, and then also the coordinated direction on how we handle the emissions reductions.
I did want to make one comment, just because, I mean, it is a grim situation, but I did want to leave a little bit of the positive. There are health interventions. We need to add more resources in terms of asthma interventions. Even though we can't remove that particulate immediately right now, we need to be able to educate families so that they know how to self-manage asthma. We need to be able to get the information of our alert system, whether it's the Air District, whether it's our data, whether it's South Coast data. We need to be able to get that information real time to the community. So when these haboops or windstorms, they hit our neighborhoods, people can find shelter indoors or be able to have a built environment or be able to afford that built environment. I also want to highlight that the Natural Resources Agency and DWR, they are investing in an intervention. They are supporting the air notification program, the flag program in schools. They are, and part of the reason why sometimes that gets a little mixed up between, is that a communications? No, it's an intervention, because the air pollution is going to be here before the mitigation. And we need to be able to grow that program and add more resources to those types of programs. It doesn't have to be the only strategy. We can do a lot more community-based strategies. And let me tell you, not one organization can do it alone. We need to make sure that we are able to support organizations in their own communities to be able to implement strategies. Just like earlier you saw about, these different strategies about parks or about, visioning and so on. We need to make sure that we exhaust all possible resources within our communities and expertise, because those are blind spots. I wanted to say that sincerely. Those are real serious blind spots. There is so much capacity in each community, and those things continue to get missed. And I know that Washington and Sacramento or even regional offices, hard to see that, but if I leave you with anything, and I almost beg you, please lean on communities and exhaust their expertise before you go out and import and prescribe other expertises within our own community, because more than likely, we've probably done it 10 times already. And like many people say, we've studied the Salton Sea to death, literally. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Here. Good note to leave on. Well, actually, I want to look at other board members and make sure that there aren't any additional questions or comments. Okay. A good note to lead on. So thank you, Mr. Olmelo, and thank you for this panel. It was a good discussion. And again, I think for me, the intersectional issues here mean that we do need a better platform that's unpacking this and helping create the faith that we can contribute to this watershed in a way that gets us past these big challenges. So anyway, thank you. Next, we can move on to our now water quality panel. And we do want to note, running still a little behind schedule, but again, we'll keep, the conversations are really critical, so we'll dedicate the time that we need. And for our water quality panel, would like to call up Paula Rasmussen, who the executive officer with the Colorado River Regional Water Quality Control Board, who will introduce our panelists and lead the discussion. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for joining.
Good evening. I'm Paula Rasmussen with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And first, I would really like to thank the board, the State Board, for coming to the Imperial Valley. This is really important for our water board, and I'd like to acknowledge that we have had, or have today, we have 3 board members from the regional board here today, and we had some yesterday. So it's a very important issue to our water board. And again, thank you very much for being here. Our panel is Dr. Ryan Sinclair with Loma Linda University and Dr. Timothy Lyons from University of California, Riverside, and we're going to be talking about water quality. And before I turn it over to the panel members, I'd just like to give you a little background about what the regional board is currently doing in water quality at the Salton Sea. We assess water quality and we develop plans to address the impairments in the Salton Sea. And in order to do this, we need to collect data. And we use this data to develop a list of impaired waters that's in the integrated report, which is required by the Clean Water Act. And all of the data that is collected is stored in the California Environmental Data Exchange Network. Now, the list of impaired waters used to determine the priorities for water quality improvement plans, or in common vernacular, TMDLs, total maximum daily loads, which is a real awkward terminology. So I'll just call them water quality impairment plans. And also for basin plan amendments. And we do this through a process called the triennial review. The recent triennial review that we did in 2020 identified the Salton Sea as a priority for our water board. And we developed a list of projects in that triennial review for our planning efforts. And in order to do these planning efforts, we need data and we need a lot of information, and these plans take a long time. But I'd like to let you know that since 2020, the priority 1 projects on that list have been substantially completed, and a number of the priority 2 projects are in progress now, and that's a big step for our water board. So, we are making progress, and it may not be as fast as one would like to see, but we do need the data, and we need to look at the data and develop the plans. Right now, we're in the process of soliciting input for the 2023 triennial review, which will be used to prioritize the projects for 2024 through 2026. And again, we expect that we will be focusing with a high priority on the Salton Sea and on the tributaries to the Salton Sea. These plans, as I mentioned, require a lot of data, and we did have some lack of access to the Salton Sea because of the receding shoreline. And recently, with the construction of the causeway with the Species Conservation Habitat Project, there will be the ability to get out and take samples. We also were able to get a grant recently with EPA for funding for sampling at the Salton Sea. I hope that we can start that funding, the sampling, but I will not put a timeline on it because we're working with state contracting processes and steps therein, and enough said on that. In addition to the water quality plans, which are really the plans about how to get to better water quality, we do implement oversight through permits. We have permits in the region for publicly owned treatment works. Everybody that has a sewage system has a publicly owned treatment system, and those are all regulated with limits and standards. We have permits for industrial facilities, confined animal feeding operations, and irrigated lands. All these permits have limits on what is allowed to go into the waters of the state, and they're also evaluated for their compliance with the requirements that are established. And with that, enough on the regional board, and I'd like to turn it over to our distinguished panel today. First, what we will do is hear from each of the panel members, and then if we have time, I'll have some questions for them, and then we'll turn it over to board members for questions. With that, I could turn it over to Dr. Ryan Sinclair.
Great, thanks for that introduction. I'm Ryan Sinclair. I'm an environmental microbiologist, water microbiologist. I work at Loma Linda University, and been working in the desert for a little while on health studies, on drinking water and wastewater studies in the eastern Coachella Valley. About 4 years ago, we started really working on water quality, and one of the disparities in environmental justice is definitely data disparity. And we noticed that it's pretty hard to collect and make sense of some of the data that's out there on the Salton Sea. Like Luis Omero was just saying, though, I mean, there's plenty of experts, there's plenty of studies, plenty of data, but in order to view the data, it's pretty challenging for community and even for myself. So we work together with, Alianza and other community members came together to form something called Community Science and do some water quality monitoring. And with that, we were able to make what you see here, this group that was about 10 last year. We had a cohort of 10 college age, high school through greater than 70 years old, volunteer, or not volunteer, but community scientists, I should say. And we went out there from 2021 to 22 for our phase 1, and then phase 2, 22 until now. And we're able to really engage community in going out and collecting water, and then also building up a dashboard. And so I wanted to just talk about, on the next slide, just some of the findings. So just to jump right into some of the findings that we had. We've been doing it for about 2 years now, and we measure microbiology, we measure nutrients, and then water quality parameters. And we use very good scientific grade instruments and methods. And we do that all on site if we can. So the point is that we try to do all of our methods on site so that our participants can experience true science, but also science right there in the field. So some of our findings, getting straight to the findings, are that right at the mouth of the Whitewater River, where the Whitewater River drains into the Salton Sea, we find a high concentration of nutrients, nitrates specifically. And we also have a sensor that measures algae, and we find that every time we go out there, there's a high concentration of algae at that zone. We have a transect, or a zone of data points that's right around the mouth of the Whitewater River. And also something there, and pretty much along the shoreline of the Salton Sea where we go, which is a pretty limited transect, but find higher bacterial concentrations. And all of those things, nutrients, bacteria, and algae, are higher in concentration closer to the shore and closer to the ag drains than they are as you move out into the center of the Salton Sea. So they're gradually decreasing. And so those are some of our findings, that's there. And the water quality isn't getting any better over the time that we've been measuring it. And by reviewing some of the data that we're able to get through the triennial review, it does appear to be decreasing in quality. So those are somewhat negative findings, but one of the other findings I really want to emphasize here is something else that Luis Olmedo said, is that we have the capacity within our own community here, and the amount of enthusiastic participants to go out with us on the boat, or go and meet us out there, in a hot June day and stand out in the sun for 5 or 6 hours and actually do the water quality work was pretty incredible and very consistent. So that was another finding in my mind of our water sampling experience. Some of our recommendations is that one of my main recommendations is a state dashboard to get something centralized to as a home for the data, because that was one of the things that we came to at first, in that we're trying to find water quality data, and you do have to dig in and go to the CEDIN, the CEDIN website, and then jump into it's a CEDEN, and jump in and try to find the data for the Salton Sea. And it is possible to find it, but it would be nice to have a more public-facing website. But even before that, it's important to have the data being collected. And I know that at the point when we went out, it was 2020 when we were talking about going out. And at that time, I think the BOR had stopped going out, and the Regional Water Board had stopped going out as well. And there was major issues with no more boat ramps. It's not being safe to go out there. So we really did some soul searching and Google Map searching, and found some good spots to launch a boat, and then really made it work to be able to get out there with community members. Some of the other recommendations are, for the board, is we really need to focus on some of the contaminant entry points to the Salton Sea, and focus on those as potential places where we should be doing more sampling. Also, the proposed TMDLs, those should be prioritized, and it does seem like that's coming along. Those are getting priority that they deserve. But for 100 years, we've had the Salton Sea without any TMDLs, and we need to have TMDLs. And I think that's pretty much a consensus. Everybody knows that we need to have those. So I do see them moving forward on that. But the last one I want to bring up as a recommendation is water quality isn't just water quality. Water quality is associated with air quality and wind movement and ecology and biologicals in the lake. So we need to look at all of this in terms of public health and what are the outcomes from the Salton Sea as far as what is it emitting from all of this nutrients that drain into the sea and grow algae, grow bacteria, those kind of things. So just an interagency approach is pretty important for this. Okay, so my next slide is going to be on the nutrients, some of the data that we have. This is the nitrate plus nitrite concentrations. There's a lot of data out there. We were able to pull, so on this figure 1 on the left, there's a lot of data out there already. We were able to pull data from some of the BOR, Bureau of Reclamation data at the Whitewater River, and then also some in-lake data as well. Those data points on the far right of that first one, those are all of the data that we collected. And, we do see that the nitrate concentrations are much higher than what they are in the river. So that's something to see there. Also, the one on the graph on the far right is the bacterial concentrations. And, we did go around and measure bacteria in the actual rivers, and they are much higher in the rivers than they are in the lake. But nonetheless, they are still in the Salton Sea, and the Enterococcus is above the maximum contaminant level for recreational waters. So that's another important thing to consider, and just the fact that we have that there. So later on, I think in the next session, one of my colleagues, Aide from Alianza, is facilitating it, and one of our community scientists is going to be presenting on some more about our program. But the next slide, I think, shows the actual website that we have. It's called saltonseascience.org. It's in English and Spanish, and it shows all of our data there in a way that's approachable. We also have, we're building it to incorporate air quality data as well, because we really believe that it's very important to look at the whole picture of the Salton Sea in terms of, air and water and wind, but also emergent wetlands, and then finally public health as a capstone of all of that. I think the next slide also shows some pictures that we had. This is one of our participants, and this is actually one of the people that helped build the dashboard we have using a YSI Pro DSS instrument, measuring one of the outflows near the 84th Avenue to the Salton Sea. And these are some of the community scientists on the right there measuring using a photometer on site at the 84th Avenue, looking at some nutrients. They're wearing sweaters, so it must not be in the summer, that's for sure. And then the next slide, I think that Cruz is going to be talking through this. This is a figure that we developed, kind of an infographic, and then I think that's about it.
Thank you very much. And next we'll move to the presentation by Dr. Lyons.
Thanks so much. It's really an honor to be here tonight. I have to say this is not a loop that I usually travel in. I was surprised to be invited, and I don't know very many of you. So just to give you a tiny bit of background, I'm a distinguished professor of biogeochemistry. I'm the Mayhew Chair of Geoecology, and I also chair the Alternative Earth Astrobiology Center at UCR. So I spend a lot of my time trying to find life on exoplanets. I have for about 30 years been looking at elemental cycling and the microbial mediation associated with that in oxygen deficient settings, including the Black Sea, which is where I did my dissertation so long ago. And the perspective that I've gained from those studies so easily translated into an interest in the Black Sea, because they are the same systems, the same microbes, but with a really big human impact in this system. And so I can look at those cycles and understand them from many different perspectives. I want to start by acknowledging Caroline Hung and Charlie Diamond, who many of you will know, because they've really done all the analytical and intellectual and creative heavy lifting here. And I'll also start with a disclaimer that any rant switch I turn on is entirely me, not them. They're far more diplomatic, I would say. And so I would actually echo fairly strongly Luis's soapbox, and I felt like he had stolen it out of the trunk of my car, because my perspective is that there has been a fire hose of data and money spent on data generation. And when I first started working in the Salton Sea, I would pick up these massive volumes that would be table after table with almost no creative and powerful interpretation of those data. And so in my mind, that's where the challenge really lies right now. And I'll tell you right now, we've been working there for a number of years, and we've had one $200,000 grant. That's it. And so everything else we've done through piggyback with other money or just being efficient in what we do. And so people hate it when I say it, but this is not just a money problem. Just like climate change, it's not just a money problem. And so the things that really interest me, as I've said, are these biogeochemical cycles. And if I could have the next slide. We all know the history of the water level in the Salton Sea. Most of you know it better than I do. But I put this slide up because I wanted to emphasize that so much of the discussion has been on salinity and the effect that that's had on the ecology. And don't get me wrong, I'm concerned about salinity as well. But as Ryan has taught us, as well as anyone, really perhaps the most fundamental challenge that we face in the Salton Sea are the nutrient influxes. And I don't want to pick on this one particular report, but if I think of the Santa Cruz report that came out recently, the word oxygen was mentioned once. The word nutrient, never. Word fertilizer, never. The word phosphorus, never. The word nitrate, never. Pesticides, once. And so this gets to something I'll talk about more in the end, and that is this sort of siloed approach that a lot of us have taken, and I'm sure some would say we're guilty as well. But these fertilizers that come in, as Ryan's group has demonstrated so well, are responsible for so many of the problems that we hear about, the harmful algal blooms, and increasingly the concerns with the associated cyanobacterial blooms and the toxins associated with those. There's reason to think that they may be one of the major problems. The fish kills, well, we don't have those anymore because there are no fish left. But when we look back in the 90s, when fish were killed by the millions per day, that was because of the loss of oxygen associated with the nutrients in the algal blooms. They live, they die, they sink, the oxygen's consumed through respiration, and you know the rest, including the sulfide release events. That's hydrogen sulfide generated in those oxygen poor waters, and under the right or wrong conditions, really, that sulfide is mixed up and transported as far as LA. And something that barely ever comes up, and it's something we're spending a lot of time on, are the metals within the sediments and the pesticides within the sediments. We spend a lot of time not only sampling water, but the sediments. And so we know, and this is consistent with past work, that those sediments are in some cases orders of magnitude beyond crustal levels and beyond acceptable levels for things like selenium and molybdenum, which has relevance to livestock and many other metals. And so it's the issue of the enrichment, but the most important part that I never hear anyone talk about is that there are very heterogeneous distributions to these metals, and they're most enriched in the center of the basin, by far, like a bullseye pattern. And that's because the oxygen deficiency is strongest in the center of the basin. And so when we design mitigation strategies, it's not just how much playa you expose, but which playa you expose. And I've never heard that conversation, or if I have, I apologize to those who initiated it. Next slide, please. And so here we see the far beyond acceptable levels for nitrogen and phosphorus in the input systems, both on the North Shore and South Shore, and those levels within the lake as well. Next slide, please. And so we go out, and as others have alluded to, getting out to the lake has been a real challenge. It held back our research for a few years until we finally decided that we were just going to have to buy a Zodiac and carry it as the lake was receding. And that's even getting hard now, to be honest with you. So how crazy when we think about the money and energy being spent, that one of the biggest obstacles is just getting into the water. But Charlie and Caroline do it under the most extreme conditions, because the summer is when things really happen. There's a temperature stratification, the blooms occur, they live, they die, and the oxygen is consumed, and that's when famously the sulfide releases occur as well. One of the interesting preliminary findings is that that the structure of what we call redox or oxygen within the water column is changing as the lake gets shallower. So it used to be deep enough that you would get a very strong stratification and you would get catastrophic releases of sulfide, and many of you will remember those from years past. That actually happens less now, and that's probably because it's shallower, it's more pervasively mixed, and instead what you have is a generally low oxygen condition in the surface water rather than good versus catastrophically bad. The point of that is the ecological impact of that is profound as well. And the even bigger point of that is as we design mitigation strategies, what works for the present lake probably won't work for the lake 5 or 10 years from now. And that is true for water level, nutrient levels, and everything else. Next, please. And so as I look at this, and forgive me if this is not anything close to the latest plan, I can't keep up on them. And so they all have elements of similar things, and that is exposed playa of some amount or another, and some amount of water that is, in essence, what I would call the cesspool. The entire lake has been up to this point, where we're looking at unmitigated, untreated agricultural runoff for 100 years, and there will be some component of that. And so just if we isolate it in the middle of the basin, it doesn't mean that the nutrients won't drive harmful algal blooms and that material can't be transported by wind to the surrounding communities. And so I sometimes find myself thinking of this as a monster with 20 heads, and half of those heads are eating each other and the other half are not talking to one another. And so I am, again, on my negative side, surprised at how much has been done and how far we are from a solution or even agreeing on what the problems are. And I'll just give you one example. From my NASA work, NASA has invested $1 billion. That's a lot of money, but just $1 billion, and that's to put a helicopter or an octocopter that will land repeatedly on Titan, the moon of Saturn. And so when you put minds like that together and you coordinate them in a structure that NASA does, working with universities and the NASA facilities, et cetera, extraordinary things happen. And so my hope is that, and sometimes I just want to move on to NASA's work all the time because I find this at times extremely frustrating. And so my hope is that we can realize that we have an awful lot of good data already, that we have needs for additional data. But I would say as we generate these additional data, that we take the scientific method as we always use it. We take what we have, we assess it, we define new questions, design an experiment, generate data to test that. And if we need new, additional, different types of data, then we do that. But throwing lots of money at large projects to generate lots of data, it's not getting us there. So next slide, please. And so that's really, in many respects, what we're trying to do at UC Riverside. We're sort of a lean, mean machine at this point. There are many of us on campus who have been working in the Salton Sea for a number of years, and as the awareness of the problems and the desire to help the surrounding communities is elevated, we have to come together as a group. And as I say often, we work from soup to nuts. We deal with water quality, the geothermal resources. We have people invested in the lithium industry. Having a congressional earmark to develop a facility to train folks from the local community to help work with the lithium community in terms of research and quality control, et cetera. And I think what we do particularly well with the work by David Lowe and others is the focus on human health. And I actually think with the relatively small amounts of money and sitting around a table and throwing more than anything our brains at what do we have, what do we need, that we're actually coming towards some really clever ideas of what might be going on. I often say that with the Salton Sea, there's no good solution. It's which solution is going to be least bad. And so making that decision is folly, in my opinion, unless we consider all of these factors and realize how much it's going to change by the time we actually are investing money in that solution. If I had the answer, I would tell you what it is. I don't. But I don't think we're going at it in the right way. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were very interesting. And it's interesting that the data that the universities and the communities are collecting is data that the regional board is also interested in collecting. And I'm just wondering if any of that data is able to be put into the CEDN database for either of you.
Yeah, our group does that.
Very good.
Yeah, Caroline and Charlie and many others in our task force couldn't be more open. And I see some of you out there, I know that you call them and you hang out with them, and they are willing almost any time to put the boat in the water and help generate data, help a collaborator. And our data are always shared with others in the same way that data are shared with us. So there are no obstacles in that regard as I see it.
Yeah, our group as well is highly interested in doing it. We haven't input any data to CEDN at this point because you have to have a quality assurance plan in place. But we just had some good conversations with Eric Burrs from one of the people in the water board that, or in this Department of Water Resources that is over the community science bits, and so he's able to help us do that. And it's also about resources and being able to have enough time to put that QAPP together in order to meet the qualifications to get it into the CEDN. But again, I think we really need to get have a way to then take that data in the CEDN and take it out and put it into something that is easy to visualize.
That's correct.
Yes.
I couldn't agree more. But I want to start with getting the data in CEDN and being able to use that data as we develop our plans and to rely upon the efforts that the other groups are doing. So I think we are out of time for the panel, so I'll turn it over to you, Joaquin.
Thank you, Ms. Rasmussen, and thank you for the panel. I know you really look at the work at the Salton Sea, and water quality is an orphaned, often endeavor, and you see that in kind of how we're behind on developing TMDLs, total daily maximum loads, for constituents that flow down to the sea. But and you see it also in, say, 1935, when by presidential order it was the sea was designated an agricultural sump, and kind of committed to something of a fate that we're all now here having to unpack and remedy. So I appreciate the leadership of the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and I thank you for acknowledging the chair and the members. We're very fortunate for the prioritization that's happening at the sea at the regional board, so that we can begin to support and have standards that support recreation, support the goals that I think we're out there for. And I think we have to be very honest about the frustration that's out there. But I think especially this issue around we have the data we need. It's about making now the decisions collectively that then we need to. I think we do need a dashboard. We continue to kind of circle back to this need to have some better tool that is communicating the science and the work, and create a platform that I think can support better this decision making that goes on, not just at the board, but all of our collective agencies in a way that can continue to move the needle. But I appreciate this panel. Again, I appreciate as well that water quality can often be the sort of the tail end of what should be actually a very strong foundation to most of the discussions around activities that we have. So appreciated the good points. Looking to fellow board colleagues for comment and question.
A little comment. It's just, have you all been, I think I know the answer, but were you all involved in providing input on development of the MIP program, the Monitoring Implementation Plan? And do you feel like that the recommendations around water quality monitoring, since that's the topic of this panel, are right on, or are there things that, or is that not something you've been involved in?
I guess I'll take that one on. As a member of the science committee, I was given the opportunity to submit recommendations through that process. And my recommendations were pretty much what I said here, is that we need more sites around the Salton Sea, and we also need to think about public health a little more. And as far as reviewing it and seeing if those are incorporated, I haven't quite got to that point yet, but yeah.
And for the regional board, we are involved in it, and we are looking at what efforts of the other agencies are, and then trying to wrap around that in terms of data gaps. But again, depending on how much sampling we can actually accomplish with what we've got.
So I have not been involved. As I said at the beginning, that's not really a circle I travel in, and so focus most of my energy as a co-chair of our UCR Salton Sea Task Force. And so, as I said, the range of expertise is really outstanding. And I think the unifying theme towards human health issues and the quality of people that are involved in that, and I think how close we are to really significant answers that will be hard to mitigate, but at least we'll be doing it in the right way. I feel like that's my time best spent.
Thank you. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the really encouraging work that you're doing to build the citizen science aspect of this and understanding the water quality issues in the sea. I think it's really commendable, knowing the budgetary and limitations and other constraints you've had. Still being able to put this program together is really going to be helpful going forward. So one of the areas I keep thinking about, and I'd like to hear your perspective, is with regard to the new habitat that's being created. We're trying to create a space that's better for the pupfish, for birds, the ecosystem at large. And one of the areas, contaminants that keep coming up is selenium. And so I was wondering if you could share if you have some thoughts about the selenium issue from inputs, into the sea and where we currently stand in that area.
So we spend a lot of time working on metals, and we have not been working on inputs. We've been working on lake water and in particular sediments. That's where we put down cores and we bring up cores. And the contaminated layer, for those of you who don't know, is in its thickest only about 20 centimeters. So that's something that doesn't come up very often either. If we expose the entire playa and we're eroding contaminated material to get back to the pre-human impact layer, it's about 20 centimeters. So you can do the calculation, and it's thinner in some places, but that's a reasonable estimate. So you could actually do a mass balance calculation of how thick is that, how long would it take to ablate, and what's the total metal load, pesticide load, with the corrections made for the heterogeneities, which are really dramatic within that. And so selenium is really abundant. That goes back to some classic work done at UCR. We had selenium expertise in our environmental science program, and we all know that selenium in small levels is essential for thyroid function in particular, but it becomes quickly pretty damaging. And so I've seen different things at a visitor center and other places about the selenium. There's a lot of selenium in the center of the Salton Sea. There just is. And so, if I were designing a structure for the longest term and there was water, and the big question is, as I said before, will there be water? But let's say hypothetically there will be. There are very specific areas from a selenium standpoint, for example, organic richness, the organic sediments that are most enriched in the middle also have associated with them the pesticides and the herbicides. I would very much and work with a group or try to inform them about what portions would be best to cover or not. But selenium is there, many other metals are there. The reality is that what happens when oxygen goes down and this hydrogen sulfide goes up through the associated microbial reactions is that the metals become immobilized. And so they're coming in from the river at relatively low levels, but they become evaporated or concentrated through evaporation. And that's been happening for 100 years. And now they're actually really focused in this bullseye sense towards these center organic sulfur-rich materials. And so there actually needs to be more work on really mapping the distribution of those before we decide which portions of the playa we'd be okay with leaving uncovered. For many reasons, probably very little of it should be left uncovered, but that's what we're forced with. And so it would be really good to know that more.
Many thanks. Vice Chair.
Just a question regarding potential management, agricultural management activities in terms of reduced use, whether it be through fallowing, conservation measures, efficiency, and then also reduced flushing, which I know that occurs quite a bit. Do you have any thoughts regarding the different management activities in terms of the concentrations?
I'll speak very quickly on this, and Ryan will speak more because this is really his expertise. yes to all of that. I can't speak specifically on which is best, which is most cost effective, which is most overall effective in terms of nutrient delivery reduction, but I can tell you that is absolutely essential. And this is something that Caroline and Charlie talk about all the time. Now, I know the wetlands are designed to help with that. This is not a novel problem, right? Anybody who knows about the dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico, that's agricultural runoff from the entire Midwest. And every summer, an anoxic plume with harmful algal blooms develop from the mouth of the Mississippi and extend to the border with Texas. Golf courses with their ponds suffer the same thing. That's why they have these fountains to keep them aerated. This is not rocket science. But I think that the idea of using wetlands, and if there are other desalination systems that are designed, whatever, a central question in all of those would be how could we optimize the removal of nutrients? That also, in my mind, includes decreased flushing and also more efficient use. But that gets to issues of salinity tolerant crops and so forth. But that's the conversation that needs to happen, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, I would echo all of that as well, with special emphasis on wetlands, and just let's pay attention to those emergent wetlands that are all around the Salton Sea. I mean, they grew in just a few years. Those things appeared. It's quite amazing that happened. And so, we need to be able to take advantage of those, even before we think about, or even as a separate conversation with fallowing and reduce flushing and all of that. I mean, the wetlands are going to help take nutrients out. The ones now, they're just natural wetlands. But once we can engineer those and construct them a little more, we can engineer them to remove certain things, even some wetlands taking out selenium, other things like that.
Anything further from board members? Huge thanks. We can't possibly do even this topic justice or all this. I mean, we will a lot more. And so I just really appreciate this discussion again around quality, and look forward to what is going to be a lot further work. Thank you. Next, let's go ahead and move to our community voices and projects panel. I'll note after this panel, we will then take a quick break and then go into public comment. I know we had anticipated kind of like a two-step around public comments. We'll take all of those that wish to comment at that time and then move on to our final two presentations from the Department of Water Resources and Army Corps of Engineers. And facilitating this panel will be A.D. Palomino with Environmental Justice Campaign who's the Environmental Justice Campaign Project Manager with Alianza Coachella Valley.
Okay. Hi, so thank you to the California State Water Resources Control Board for this opportunity to have a Community Voices and Projects panel. I echo the same sentiment as Daniela Flores and the folks from KDI, who are really stressing the value of community expertise in implementing projects around the Salton Sea. With me today, I have Maria Nava-Froelich, I hope I did not mispronounce that, Daniel Ramirez, Cruz Marquez, and Ashley Havens, who are all community members of the Salton Sea region. And just a few words that I would like to start with are that the Salton Sea is more than just a body of water. This doesn't come from me. It comes from tens of thousands of people who live within the immediate area. It's part of a network of communities that have long been neglected and suffer from the lack of environmental justice, which is that every person, regardless of where they live, income, social status, or race, has access to live sustainably in a healthy environment with basic amenities needed to thrive, free of pollution and exploitation. Its restoration and revitalization creates an opportunity to provide a healthy and economic resilient future for the communities around it, especially after some serious recent challenges such as the pandemic. The devastating economic and health impacts of this pandemic on the region's most vulnerable members reinforced the need to come together to define a more equitable and sustainable future for the people, as well as the animal and plant life that call it home. The need to hear from community and prioritize their needs is vital for a thriving Salton Sea region. With that said, I would like to introduce our first panelist, Maria Nava-Froelich, who is not just a community member, but also the mayor of Calipatria.
Hello. Hi. Good evening. My name is Maria Nava-Froelich. I'm the mayor of the city of Calipatria. This is the fourth time that I'm city mayor, and I serve on multiple commissions throughout the Imperial Valley. I've been a longtime community advocate. I'm a director coordinator of the Calipatria Island Family Resource Center that is under the Calipatria Unified School District. So I've been there 40 plus years, so I know the North End community quite well, being an island girl growing up in the North End. So I'm very happy to be here today, and I just want to share that I was raised in the township of Nyland. My parents were farm workers, and my father worked for the railroad union. So happy to be here today. Okay, so I'm going to go to slide number 2. Growing up about 4 miles outside the Salton Sea, there was a certain magic to being so close to that big body of water. It was a place of endless beauty and wonder. You know, when you're a little girl, it feels like Nyland is a beachfront property. So let's go to the next slide, please. But even at a young age, it was clear that the Salton Sea was in trouble. The smell of major fish die-off increased as time went on. My siblings and I grew older, and the health of the sea seemed to be a concern. Advocating for the health of my communities in the North End has been my lifelong passion, and that has taken many forms, and we have seen many threats over the years. But the Salton Sea has become a public health crisis right before our eyes in a way that we've been able to watch happen but do nothing about it. Next slide, please. Take all this farm runoff that for decades upon decades has been almost the sole source of new water for the Salton Sea, since it was filled by a canal overflow and breach in 1905. Who knows what the tailwater contains? What amount of toxic and questionable pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers flowing from the filled drainage ditches to the New and Alamo rivers and straight into the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. And then came the early 2000s, when an already shrinking sea and the ecological upheaval was thrown into full-blown crisis by the Quantification Settlement Agreement, also known as the QSA, and water transfer between the IID and the San Diego area. A deal which saw massive amounts of water diverted from the Salton Sea and the sea shrink at an alarming rate. Next slide, please. When that happened, now that it's shrinking, that exposed thousands of acres of sand and crust containing God knows what, which became airborne on gusty days, traveling for miles during wind events, causing the children in my communities and even the communities and cities far off in all directions to suffer respiratory illnesses and breathing problems. Next slide, please. Recently, researchers from USC's Keck School of Medicine and Comité Cívico del Valle shared with me the results of their multi-year study called Assessing Imperial Valley's Respiratory Health and the Environment, or AIR. One of the most telling statistics was asthma rates among the schools closest to the Salton Sea. 35% of the students at Fremont Primary School, at one of our Calipatria Unified School Districts in Calipatria had asthma, compared to 13.8% overall for Imperial County and 12.3% for California. Grace Smith School in Nyland had 20% of its student body with asthma. Westmoreland had 28% with asthma. And as you can see, Imperial County leads all counties in the state in asthma-related ER visits for children at a rate of 125 visits for every 10,000. Next slide, please. But before I continue, I want to say that our school district lost a 5th grader last year, and she was a little girl that lived in Bombay Beach, and sadly but true, it was uncontrolled, and she passed away. So we take this, really to heart in regards to our families living around the surrounding areas. As a community advocate and now a policymaker in my city, I can appreciate the state's efforts in recent years to get several restoration projects going, with more on the horizon. It's important work, and we know there is effort. But there's also the reality that we need more funding, bigger, more expansive projects. We have children who live in the communities along the sea dying from poor air quality. If we haven't already heard here today, several months ago, and then I went on to say a child in Bombay Beach passed away. There is no bigger community impact, and that's what we're all talking about today. So if you allowed me to read, if I may, Board, to read the comments so that some of you can hear my comments from yesterday. The Salton Sea, California's most polluted inland lake, has lost a third of its water in the last 25 years. New research has determined a decline in the Colorado River flow is the reason for that shrinking. As the sea shrinks, winds pick up sediments from the increasingly exposed dry lake bed and spread them into surrounding communities, which are mostly low income, making asthma and other respiratory diseases worse, especially on gusty, windy days. The smaller lake is more polluted and saline, which reduces habitat for fish and birds. It's been almost 2 decades since the state said it would take on liability to address these issues as part of the QSA deal. It's been underperforming in its short-term responses and wrestling with what would constitute a long-term sustainable solution. The state has been rightly criticized for not making much progress and not engaging much with local communities during the first decade or so in this process. More recently, the state, with the new leadership and positions of the California Natural Resources Agency, has upped its game, and it has been engaging with our frontline communities and making investments in the sea and its communities. So we have a lot of hope, and we have a lot of hope in the committee and all the partnership. Of course, with the recent attention on the lithium resources in the south side of the lake, additional challenges, opportunities, and uncertainties have arisen that complicate the whole process. The process of drafting treaties and building infrastructure would likely take more than a decade or 2, which is a long time given the current and likely worsening impacts on health and habitat. I'm happy to see all the projects IID and the CNRA are working on to help with the restoration of the sea. Please consider continuation of studies and talks for remediation measures and efforts. Wetland projects are a critical component before putting drain water and new river water into the sea. The Salton Sea, as we all know, is saltier than the ocean water. More funding from the state is needed, and we ask you to please not rely solely on the lithium excise tax funding. Our fence lines communities, Salton City, Desert Shores, Salton Sea Beach, Vista del Mar, Pompey Beach, Nyland, Calipatria, and Westmoreland are suffering from asthma and upper respiratory health issues, so time is critical. Finally, I want to thank the California Natural Resources Agency and the other partner agencies and panelists that have spoken today and yesterday in order to engage our community. And thank you for holding the annual Salton Sea Workshop here in the Imperial Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Maria. Next, we'll hear from Daniel Ramirez, who is a community member, but I would also like to correct that he is also a community scientist with Alianza Coachella Valley in partnership with Dr. Ryan Sinclair.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to present today. This is my first time being in a workshop. Sadly, I am through Zoom. I'm not around the area, so hopefully my connection doesn't start acting up midway in my presentation. As I mentioned, I'm Daniel Ramirez. I am an undergrad at UCR in biochemistry. I was born and raised in the Coachella Valley. I've lived in Oasis my whole life, and today we're presenting on Alianza's approach on a resilient Salton Sea. So we will shortly discuss about this multi-beneficial approach. But before that, it is important to address the problem. So next slide, please. Yeah, so although there are projects like the Species Conservation Habitat that attempt to address environmental issues on the south side of the lake, there are no community inclusion to current projects. These projects are far away from communities, especially on the north side of the lake, like communities such as North Shore and Mecca. So there's a dissatisfaction with the current 10-year plan. As how Maria mentioned, there's recurring respiratory illnesses, lack of infrastructure that continues in these communities around the Salton Sea. So consequently, there is no assurance of basic amenities like reliable power. I'm sure some of you remember last February, there was a major power outage in Salton City that lasted for days. Other amenities like effective sewage systems, also broadband for better internet connection. So the projects are missing that are sought by the community for years, addressing robust public health and economic crisis. In addition, communities most affected by the COVID pandemic are having a harder time bouncing back economically, and the lack of infrastructure, of course, contributes to the issue. Next slide, please. So how do you foster equitable, inclusive, and sustainable economic mobility in a rural desert economy? For this to happen, there needs to be economic growth, social well-being, and environmental sustainability, as shown by these broad indicators on the right, for an inclusive economy. So a community, for example, with good economic growth would have to have work opportunity and stability, for example, or for good sociological health, there would have to be ecological health, and again, community health, right? Less nosebleeds, like I think a lady mentioned yesterday in public comments, that her and her son suffer frequently from nosebleeds. And again, how Maria said, that there's super high asthma cases. Next slide, please. So as I've mentioned, these three pillars for sustainable development, which are economic growth, social well-being, and environmental sustainability, provide stability and resiliency to local communities. So to visualize this application of this framework, you can see we have the community aspect, right, which includes work opportunity, recreation, art, culture, you name it. And if we implement environmental and ecological efforts, right, like the suppression, habitat restoration, shading, vegetation, joining everything in a holistic manner with good infrastructure, like multimodal transportation access, lights, water, trails, and grid stability, we end up with something honestly really amazing, right? We end up with a resilient Salton Sea, and that's the vision. So next slide, please. So here's the vision, right? A more beautiful healthy, thriving, and united Salton Sea region so that both the environment and its people can prosper. In this image right here, you can see the hypothetical connective trail link between the North Shore Yacht Club and the Salton Sea Recreation area. You can see multi-benefit elements like solar shading, desuppression with pavement and vegetation, recreational activities like camping, as I mentioned, the social and the economic growth aspect of marketplaces for entrepreneurs, and infrastructure, including broadband tower. And so, honestly, it doesn't even limit to camping, or it could also connected to bird watching or other recreation activities, which adds to the appreciation of the place where we live. So next slide, please. So here's another example to illustrate the multi-benefit approach that results in improved social and financial well-being, as well as environmental sustainability, is the Green Bridge, which connects the community of North Shore to the Salton Sea Yacht Club, which, by the way, is only community center serving the community with after-school programs, fitness activities, and summer cooling center. You can see vegetation, pavement, which aids in desuppression, and again, the towers to aid for broadband. So this vision aspires to connect the people, both figuratively and literally, to create a more united, inclusive community that can prosper in a sustainable development. And I think that's the end of our presentation. So thank you everyone for taking the time to listen to me. Open to any questions. Thank you.
Oh, we'll save the questions for end. Thank you, Daniel. Next, we'll hear from Cruz Marquez. He is also a community scientist and a community member with Alianza Coachella Valley.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cruz Marquez. I am currently a community scientist that has partnered up with Alianza and Dr. Sinclair, along with other professionals, in order to continue to independently monitor the Salton Sea's water quality. Next slide, please. So why do we believe in community science? Currently, Alianza has integrated the community and professionals' efforts in order to promote action from policymakers, our local and state government agencies. Being part of the organization has allowed me to share my community's concerns and at the same time work with with professionals in the field. The organization has allowed me to practice what I've learned in college and gain real life experience while contributing to a solution that may concern people's health. Next slide, please. Due to the lack of water quality monitoring at the Salton Sea, we have focused our efforts on the northern western end of the Salton Sea, which is closer to the community, which has a vast variety of communities that are located near it. We help to aim to identify nutrients and the trends that they build in long term, as it is important to keep various communities that are located nearby informed on what exactly is in the water and the amount of nutrients that can possibly hold consequences to the public's health over time if it's not addressed. Slide. The process, it typically includes us waking up at the dawn of dusk in order to group up off 84th Street in the morning in order to set up camp and break up into two groups. So one is the campsite group and the other is the boat group, which is usually led by Dr. Sinclair. Meanwhile, at the campsite, we set up our campsite in order to head out with the probe and collect water samples from nearby inlets. When we collect those probe readings, one of us heads back to Dr. Sinclair, pardon me, in order to give him the probe so he can take off, as it's very tedious to get the boat on the water. While they are off the shore and in the water, On the route to designated test sites, we test the water we gathered from the inlets, in order to test for the nutrients which are assigned by Alianza. Usually we have Dr. Friedrich and Dr. Arseno in charge of us. We are usually assigned the same nutrient, and usually by the time the boat arrives from the first round of gathering samples, we have finished testing the inlet samples. After we gather the first round of samples, they head back to gather the other half of the samples, and vice versa. Pretty much we do the same thing until they come back, and when they eventually come back, they help us catch up on the nutrient samples that we haven't tested for. These readings are logged. Next slide, please. And the results, we eventually, and hopefully, we try to do it soon. We provide a public space where we upload the nutrient contents and the levels over a time series. We believe that we should have this public information. It would be nice if the state did it for us too, as Sinclair was saying earlier and Mr. Lyons, but we believe that if this is readily accessible for the community, they'll be able to lead advocacy efforts and have access to other material, like flyers, such as the one that Mr. Ryan Sinclair was talking about earlier. That pamphlet is it is an informatic flyer that is provided to other communities that don't know how to access the dashboards, as we all have, well, some of us, maybe me and other ones around here, have that abuelita that doesn't even know how to use their phone. Just saying. And then the next slide, please. So what do we recommend? Honestly, all we can really do right now and hope from the state is to be able to continue water quality monitoring to a deeper depth, because we honestly aren't built for that. We're not suited for that. It would be nice if they had that available for us. And we need to have a health survey where they can see if there's a correlation between poor water quality and air quality that affects health, respiratory illnesses. And also it would be nice if we can do something about that awful smell. It would be great if we could do water treatment, but like a lot of professionals said earlier, it's a risky game. But it would be nice if we could start constructing wetlands, as we know that the bacteria and a lot of the algae is on the outer end of the Salton Sea. What else? What else can we do? Honestly, at this point, it would be nice to just have a boat ramp, just so we don't have to struggle to get our raft onto the water. It's somewhere to start, if you ask me. Besides that, thank you very much. If there's anyone, yeah, it's Ashley.
Thank you, Cruz. We'll hear from Ashley Havens, another community member and environmental health advocate.
All right. I don't have any slides with me, so this should be quick. But I want to say thank you to the board firstly for allowing me to share my voice as a high school student residing in Imperial. I think it's very important that the community is given the chance to have a say in the future of our valley. So I appreciate the assembly of this panel specifically for that purpose. So I maybe hold a unique perspective as someone who is obviously now being taught about the environmental issues that are essentially going on in our own backyard. But I put a certain emphasis on transparency of the ongoing and future projects. For example, the data collected on water, soil, and air quality. So I appreciate the efforts that are being made to make that information easily accessible to the public through the community science dashboard in the form of live feed. So I recognize that most of the people that are here attending public workshops that are aimed at the general public already have some kind of prior knowledge about the Salton Sea, and as well as the projects that are ongoing, the timeline of these projects and their purposes. So I think that it's really important that the information and the data is put into a digestible manners that we can distribute it to our local communities. So for example, like the youth who are our future voices of the Imperial Valley, so that they are well informed and they're informed of the progress that is taking place. And because I think that when we're not actively listening for updates and for information, it's easy to assume that everything is at a standstill right now. So I think that going forward, we should consider a major goal to be real, visible changes in our community. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ashley. I would just like to ask if we'd have times for questions. Perfect. So one question I would like to ask is, how would you like to know that you're being heard by the state?
For me? Well, first of all, like I said earlier, that boat ramp is honestly probably the most thing, because we had an incident where someone almost started to sink under. But besides that, because it would also encourage other independent researchers if they were interested. As we know, UCR has a task force. It would be nice if I don't know if they have a struggle with getting the boat into the water, but they're more than welcome, to probably add on to that we need a ramp or something if we're not going to continue water quality monitoring throughout the Salton Sea, because from my understanding, it's only in the south end and not on the north end.
Yeah, I would like to add to that. Sorry about this. Someone can go.
Go ahead.
I'm new to all this, and I'm still learning. But I feel like some better communication and transparency would be good. Some people, including me, do not know or do not understand what the water board is doing, or how the projects are helping communities. As I've mentioned, the lack of community implementation is, it results in having people having a hard time to see actually what's being done, right? So because of the projects themselves do not include the community, it's honestly, it's hard to tell if the water board is even implementing the projects, right? So that's my add on it.
Go ahead.
So I just want to say to the board that it's important that the community, I'm sorry. I think it's on.
You just need
Oh,
to draw it closer to you, that's all.
Yeah, I just want to ask the board to continue the community engagement. I invite you to come to the community, fence line communities in Bombay Beach, Nyland, Salton City. Everybody wants to talk with you, make sure that things are happening. Hopefully continue putting some funding in there and put pressure on the state, to also contribute. There's a lot of activity happening in the North End regarding the lithium, but we don't want just the community benefits. We want restoration of the sea. We want water put in there, restored, because we're afraid that it's going to become a dust bowl. When it's really windy, our patios get full of sand, and we know that the dust bowl, I believe, is here. And that's my humble opinion, but there's a lot of asthma. A lot of the kids have asthma at school, and some of them we've had to call the paramedics. And I was talking to some residents from Salton City, and some of the children are having nosebleeds. So there's different illnesses that we've never seen before, but I don't know if they're attributed to what's happening at the Salton Sea, but I imagine that there's a lot of health issues that are connected. So with that said, I'd just like to see more of your participation here locally in the Imperial Valley, and especially in the North End community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Ashley, would you like to add anything?
Like I said, I think I would like to see real visible changes that are happening in our community. So I know, like you said, that we actually see on the local level kids dealing with asthma, kids dealing with not only breathing problems, but heart problems as well. And that the fact that we don't have proper facilities here that can adequately treat them, and oftentimes they have to go to bigger, more well-developed like cities like San Diego for these illnesses, when really we should be treating the root cause, which is the air quality problems that we are experiencing.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
First, just incredible thanks. This has been a very powerful and impactful panel for me. The voices here, the structured way that you were all be able to present your information just means a lot. And so I just really want to thank you. I know for me, I'm a nervous public speaker. It can be a lot to be in front of everyone and here. So coming up and providing your voices, it just means a lot. I think I heard loud and clear, and I'll note, we've heard this for a couple of years now, that recreational access, boat launch access was impeding ability to test, ability to really get to the sea. And so hopefully prioritizing that, I think, is really critical over the next years, because it is so fundamental to all of the activities, whether it's the regional board doing monitoring, whether it's the community's ability to access their own resource. I know it's difficult given the receding shoreline and, I'm sure, difficulties all in there about providing that, but we need to guarantee that, especially as we move forward. So heard that loud and clear amongst your points. And I think for me as well, it continues the need for a more comprehensive dashboard that includes water quality, air quality information, project information, so that people can really get a sense of what is going on, because there is a lot going on. And we need to continue to direct folks to engage with, all of our communities with the information as to what's actually happening and how to actually contribute to it. And that's where I think for me, the community science components of what you've spoken to and what we're seeing is really critical in this as well. And I think that what I'd like to do is ensure that our Office of Information Management and Analysis, which is doing a lot of community science around HABs and the Bay Delta and other places, maybe we get some of our folks to be engaged on that data side and help Resources Agency and others that are here, the implementing agencies. Truly, we don't have a deep staff. Stephanie is our Salton Sea staffer. We have our regional water quality control boards, and we have our other folks. But when it comes to like a real Salton Sea program at the water boards, we're here to be this value add, this public component, and to help try to stitch things together. So I would like to figure out how we can contribute to at least some of the community science work for sure, and better stitch together the water quality and other concerns on our side, so that we can be better a source of information and connecting to the communities that we're all collectively here serving. So thank you. I just want to acknowledge.
If I may
and
add something,
please,
Mr.
of course,
Chair.
Mayor.
So, Mr. Esquivel and your honorable board, I just want to say too that we're really concerned because of the climate change. I think has exacerbated the whole health risks that are, connected with the Salton Sea. It's hotter, it's windier, it's colder, and when it gets windy, it's just very, very intolerable. I mean, you can't hardly see if you're driving, and we've had a lot of wind coming from Yuma, Santa Ana winds, and we're kind of sandwiched in. So I think it has to do with the climate change, also attributing to higher health illnesses and things. So just for consideration.
Completely agree, Mayor, and I appreciate that point.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you as well. I think what we definitely see are, one, we have a lot of historical inequities and challenges out there, and with climate change, it's supercharging all of those impacts, and meaning that we have to get ahead of and recover for, I know, what is a lot of ground that we need to recoup on, but climate change is creating real urgency for us on all of these watersheds, and especially in the sea as well. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Questions from fellow board members? Or comments as well? Board Member Firestone.
Thanks, and I echo everything that the chair just said, and thank you for all the expertise and time and leadership that each of you and other partners have been doing for years. I just wanted to reflect, because I know we're about to go into public comment and then more long-range plan, and I just wanted to reflect on some of the things I feel like I've heard now on this, between the don't know, 4 panels that we just had, and particularly highlighted in this one, which is, yesterday it was pointed out to us again that we have in our order a condition 4, which is how are we monitoring, what's the monitoring framework to assess the success of the SSMP? And we have been talking about the community engagement or community needs strategy and uplifting the community voices of what is needed to successfully mitigate and the Salton Sea impacts. Heard a lot about asthma and the really, really real impacts that's having on folks every day, and that a lot of that we are behind. I mean, we've seen we're behind on our dust suppression, and so there are impacts happening now that aren't yet mitigated and haven't been for a long time. And as we're learning and catching up as quickly as staff can, I do think we need to just be thinking about more broadly, how do we get even more direct mitigation in the sense of just local asthma programs, or I've heard that from community members of is there just really direct public health mitigation in parallel to what CNRA is focused on doing. And that, not to say that necessarily is CNRA's job, but just as a state, I think we need to recognize we're behind on that, and we need to be listening to what the impacts are and the priorities are. And really the whole purpose, I think, of this was to mitigate and protect public health. That's why we're doing dust suppression. We're not where we need to be yet. And so how are we mitigating that in the interim as we really try and accelerate progress? And then, just relatedly, I think the other piece that I've heard a lot and I remain focused on too is that, there is really, I think, great work done in collaborating with folks around what is the monitoring implementation plan. And that includes public health, that includes air quality, water quality that we just talked about. But it's really unclear now how we're going to move forward with that. And we've heard a lot on the need for a public dashboard, clearly, and being able to utilize and access the data that's just there. But I think what we need to do is take a look. That document is so comprehensive, and it's maybe overwhelming for all of us that didn't work on it to know everything in there. But I think if we can kind of narrow down and think of it as, okay, what are the next steps of what we're doing that can help us assess whether we're being successful in the goals of the SSMP, and then doing that in a public dashboard accessible way, what can we collectively do to make that successful and move that forward? It's amazing that the investment and expertise of time and effort to drag boats across the receded lake bed to get boats, to get community data, and we just need to do justice to all of the efforts that are going on so that we can see that and assess that collectively and make the best use of all that. So I just wanted to share those overall reflections, and I think as we come back over the next year, would love to, again, hear from CNRA more, but be working before that with CNRA, with all of you, with the regional board, state board, and other federal partners on the whether it's the dashboard or sort of monitoring plans, and then we got to get the boat ramp going.
Many thanks, board member. Other comments? Board member Morgan, please.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you all for being here and being a part of the panel.
Here. Thank you, board member. Thank you very much. Looking forward to what's a lot of further discussion for sure. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Many thanks. Okay, So quick time check with everyone. So it is 8:15. We will transition to public comment. I was going to give us a break, a 15-minute break, because we have been going since 5 o'clock, but I don't want to keep us here later on the other side. So please do use the bathroom, take a break. Don't. We won't be taking one, but we will keep going on through, so we make sure and importantly get to public commenters. Again, I think at one point when we were optimistic, we were going to kind of break it off into two groups of public commenters. We'll take everyone as public comment now, and then there are still a couple of presentations that we'll wrap up on the back end, but I don't want to keep folks waiting on the back end for that. So let's get to our commenters, and I will go by order of received here on my list currently. And I believe our first commenter up will be Joan Spear. And I noticed there are some names from yesterday, and so if folks do want to provide additional comment today, they can, and or can also kind of plus up their comments from the day before. So looking to see if Joan Spear is either in the, she's remote.
We have given Ms. Spear an opportunity to unmute, and so far, there we go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Sorry to surprise you. I know we kind of quickly got into public comment here, so good to see you,
Yeah,
Ms.
I
Spear.
thought there was a break coming.
Yeah, sorry, I know.
Anyway, I want to thank you for all the amazing work you've put into this difficult situation, and I applaud your many efforts. I agree with Luis Almedo and Timothy Lyons that we need to move from data to action. This has been going on way, way too long. And then I want to comment on looking at the long-range plans. And I'm wondering, do you really think the patchwork of projects will solve the problem? It looks to me like these are dependent on Colorado River water, which is unavailable, which is unreliable. On the other hand, it seems like ocean water imports could actually solve the long-range problem. And I'm wondering if you will please really give this a close look. With the improving technology such as solar pumps, ocean water imports can be done. And in fact, when I'm thinking about it in the future, ocean water may be our last resort for water for Southern California in general. But we absolutely have got to get to work on doing something really significant for the Salton Sea. I think you've heard the frustration of many of the experts who have been working for literally decades to get something done. So let's move into action and put the rover on Mars, and do that by putting people's lives on a priority and delivering social justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Spear. Really appreciate you sticking with us here, providing your comment and engaging in this, and appreciate your points. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Stephanie Martin, who will be followed by Jasmine Phillips, and then Mary Ann Ruiz.
So again, we've given Ms. Martin an opportunity to unmute, and so far she has not taken advantage of the offer.
That's fair. Thank you. And Ms. Martin, please just raise your hand if you do would like to comment and you're just away from your computer currently. Next, I believe, is Jasmine Phillips, who will be followed by Mary Ann Ruiz and then Nathan White.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Phillips.
Good evening.
I'm a wildlife photographer at the Salton Sea, so I'm very happy to see that the SCH project is finally getting underway. But with the Colorado River crisis in the Southwest, I'm very concerned about the lack of a reliable source of water for this aquatic habitat project. This project was developed in 2007 or 2008. Its CEQA was completed in 2013. And yet only in the last few years has there been any real on-the-ground progress. And I get it, these things take time, a lot of time apparently. So it's really troubling to me that there's a lack of open-mindedness to ocean water importation to supply water for habitat restoration. I know people think it's too expensive and it takes too much time, but that's exactly why we need to start planning for it now. I support the short-term projects that are necessary to keep the ecosystem on life support. I believe ocean water importation is absolutely critical to provide a new source of life-sustaining water to supply salton sea restoration projects, or as we heard a lot yesterday, the term that the agencies are using is, the mission is to stabilize the salton sea. So for the stabilization projects like Desert Shores Channel Restoration, the North Lake Project, the North Lake Pilot Demonstration Project, these would all benefit from ocean water importation as a supplemental water supply. These projects require operation and maintenance into the future. A new source of water would stabilize the shoreline, get it back to the historic levels that are talked about in the documents, whatever the historic levels are, it's not clear. They would cover exposed lake bed, prevent harmful airborne dust and greenhouse gas emissions from the playa. It could help to manage salinity and provide sustainability to the southwestern United States and Mexico. Water importation is the only logical long-range plan to allow the legislation to fulfill its obligation for a genuine ecosystem restoration, and it supports the long-range plan goals of equity, social, and environmental justice. Ocean water importation is not a new idea. It's been talked about for decades. So I implore the State Water Resources Control Board to ensure that the 2021 RFI water importation project proposals be fairly and properly evaluated in an unbiased and legitimate study, and that the independent findings on ocean water importation and recommendations be rejected due to a flawed, improper, and legally questionable evaluation process. The time to start planning for the future is now. Ocean water importation will be an asset to support the SSMP long-term goals for restoration of the Salton Sea ecosystem. I believe that when the sea is healthy, our communities will also thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. I'll note, I know we'll have a presentation on the long-range plan after public comments here, and so will be an opportunity to reflect a bit on that too. Next, I'd like to call Marianne Ruiz, who will be followed by Nathan White, and then Chris Cockcroft.
So neither Marianne Ruiz nor Nathan White are presently on the platform.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Luffer. Next, then we'll go to Chris Cockcroft.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you. Good evening.
Okay. I was planning on doing this after the presentation on the long-range plan, but since we're doing it this way, I'll do it now. Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you very much for spending your time in Imperial County. It's really meaningful to the people. I think this is what I wrote at the time that the long-range plan was just finished on January 12th, more or less. It's time to, on the Salton Sea, which is a great platform that unites a lot of 4,000 people actually around the Salton Sea, who I would recommend that you might browse on sometime. Okay, so here it goes. It's time to speak out honestly about the disenfranchisement of the Salton Sea Long Range Planning Committee and the citizens who provided public input to the SSMP as it pursued a long range plan. Repeated meetings with no prior agendas or documents. The 6 months the Long Range Planning Committee did nothing meaningful while the Water Import Consultant Group met in private with no public oversight, then issued a flawed report that had no subsequent public review at all, then was apparently added by James Newcomb to a long-range plan full of very expensive failed old ideas, And the end product apparently amounted to James' idea of what should be included. The committee never got to vote on what it wanted. Never. This is at least high-handed and probably illegal. It's one of the most flagrant disservices to the people of California in the considerable history of mistakes in the Salton Sea by the state of California. The report should be dismissed. The whole process was skewed. It consisted of a series of undemocratic decisions made behind the scenes by dubious bureaucrats. It was illegal. It must not stand. Who in the hell do they think they are? This is California, not some private fiefdom. The Salton Sea belongs to us. This is not the way the people's business should ever be conducted here in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cockcroft. I appreciate your participation, your comments, and your open frustration. We'll have further discussion on the long-range plan. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Adam Hersko Ronatas. And I apologize if I didn't pronounce your last name right.
No problem. Well, hello, and thank you all for the wonderful insights of everyone who has spoken already. And I commend you all for the important work you've long been doing. I just wanted to voice a thought experiment based on some of the arguments made previously by organizations like Ecomedia Compass. And I'd like to echo my support for desalination as something that's seriously worth considering in this ongoing conversation. I know there was a report by the University of Santa Cruz that wrote off building an ocean pipeline as too invasive and expensive, but that's ignoring, I think, the several benefits that this could yield in the long run, and also overplaying its difficulty. So first of all, as everyone knows, we need to buy time, and we just need water from somewhere to put on this lake bed. And so if, for example, you took all the water that was used for the 900 golf courses across the American Southwest and some of the water that's used to manufacture plastic bottles in the States, you could actually cover the baseline of evaporation from the Salton Sea. But if we're not going to give those things up, the ocean might actually have the answer. And so the nearest point to the ocean from the Salton Sea is 80 miles south to the Gulf of California. And pipelines like that cost about $2 million per mile. So about $160 million, which is like half the budget of most Marvel movies. And this is only a portion of the $250 million recently allocated by the Inflation Reduction Act and the state's current budget of $583 million. So if a cross-border pipeline sounds absurd, then consider the B53 pipeline that runs oil across the border from Reynosa to El Paso over hundreds and hundreds of miles. If we can move mountains for oil, we can do it for water. And maybe we could pay oil companies actually to use their pumping technology to transport water in exchange for leaving fossil fuels in the ground. And that's a win-win for the environment. And then, of course, working with Mexico to support this ocean pipeline could mean additional resources to maintain it, especially if they can receive some of that ocean water for covering their exposed lake beds in Mexicali, or perhaps they could get a discounted rate on some of the lithium in the future to encourage them to go renewable. And that's a win-win too if our neighbors rely less on fossil fuel extraction and no longer burn them right next door. And all that ocean water in the existing sea needs constant treatment to manage salinity and other nutrient levels. So a desalination or water treatment plant capable of processing 100 million gallons of water per day is about $1 to $2 billion to build. The one in Carlsbad cost about $1 billion altogether, and that's a lot of money, but that's roughly the same amount as what Los Angeles spends on militarizing its police department in a single year. And moreover, a desalination plant will pay dividends for itself down the line, especially if it allows California to reduce its draw on the Colorado River, and ultimately could save about $55 million per year based on some math from the Metropolitan Water District. Also, the Salton Sea, if made fully habitable again, will not only benefit people locally, but it could reignite tourism. And there's some consultants at Oxford for the Tourism Economics Board that said that the degradation of the sea could be costing the greater Palm Springs region from like $1 to $5 billion in lost tourism over 5 years. So a clean sea would attract a great deal of people and money and could undoubtedly help distribute funds to existing local community efforts, but also offset investment in desalination. More uniquely, this is all situated right next to an existing local renewable energy source. The Imperial Valley geothermal plant outputs about 1,700 gigawatts a year, and the estimated energy required to desalinate 100 million gallons of water using reverse osmosis is about 1.3 gigawatts per day. So if that's operating year-round, a desalination plant at that rate could use less than a third of the geothermal plant's output. And this shouldn't get in the way of the lithium mining proposal, and it could actually provide some additional water for the flash that they need in their process. So, and then there's the heat island effect that shouldn't be ignored. So the more water that you put on the lake bed will reduce the temperature of this area. Doesn't matter the salinity at that point, it's just more water, it's cooler temperatures in this very rapidly warming world. And finally, we need to address what's upstream. Many people have said this, but not just what's already in the sea. So regulating that agricultural runoff and the chemicals in this area is vital. Otherwise, any effort to clean the sea will continually be set back by polluted agricultural and industrial chemicals flowing in. So as we all know, water is the blood of earth and our source of life, and it must be protected and advocated for. The short-term thinking got us into this mess, and only long-term, wild, and maybe even seemingly impossible thinking will get us out. The economy and budgets and money and special interests will not matter in the slightest if we're all dead anyway from dust or thirst. So I thank you all for listening to this wild hypothetical, and I thank you for your ongoing work, your optimism in this fight for a healthier landscape. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your participation, comments here at the workshop, Mr. Hersko Ronatas. Next, I'd like to call up Lauren Bond. We'll be followed by Jamie Grace Davis, and then Jose Luis Fuentes. Oh, and the podium's right there. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Good evening. Good evening.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and it's a privilege to be here. I'm an artist. I did an installation recently for Desert X called The Smallest Sea with the Largest Heart, where I was exploring a speculative ecological model for the Salton Sea. And I just wanted to share a little bit about what I've learned. But before I did, I wanted to call on something that I think we need to mention, which is the Salton Sea is an accidental consequence of a spill from the infrastructure that moved the snowcap of the Rocky Mountains straight across a big portion of the continent all the way out here. And this is something that's only 100 years old. So in reshaping the American West, we've harnessed the snowcap of the Sierra Nevada and the snowcap of the Rockies to provide water and power to a network of millions of people across a network of cities. And so when we talk about the California water boards and we get local, we also need to think about desertification and what the scale and the scope of that. So when we talk about solutions here, I think we also have to be thinking about what this is a part of. And short-term thinking about how we can provide water and power to networks of cities needs to be met with long-term glacial time rebound. So I think when we're thinking about solutions to the Salton Sea, I'd like to share a couple of things. When we think about economic vitality for a region like the Intermountain West or like the Salton Sea, we need to think about that all of economics is really driven by matter and energy. And one of the missing components of our conversation here is solar power. And solar power and oceans and seas are really critical because the sea is the best source of sequestration of carbon that we have. So I think that we should also think about the potentiality of how solar power could engender a very potent new way of thinking about the Salton Sea, even in its depleted form, in galvanizing a way to think about carbon sequestration. So what I discovered in the project I did for Desert X is that by connecting metal, if you submerge metal mesh in Salton Sea water and add a negative charge to the metal, and surround that metal with a positive charge, it pulls the minerals in the Salton Sea water onto the metal and off gases hydrogen, and oxygen. So why that's important is that hydrogen is a renewable energy all of its own, and oxygen is something that's needed for all living systems, and there's plenty of them still alive in the Salton Sea. Maybe not fish, but there are invertebrates, there's insects, there's things that snowy plovers eat along the shoreline. So adding oxygen is a very positive thing. They're also now making solar blankets that cover water so that you don't even have to dig deep into the ground in order to put solar panels up. You can float them now, and they will also prevent evaporation. So what I'd like to leave you with today is the possibility of establishing some kind of innovation zone on the Salton Sea, where artists and scientists could actually workshop with new technologies like the things that post-human infrastructure will be built on, which is new algorithms based on mutualism and care between all living systems, to help us manage the future of infrastructure so that we don't have to unbuild infrastructure, but we can redistribute the water that's flowing from the snow caps to make sure that we can mitigate dust, that we can provide adequate water for the wild equine who are out there currently digging oases in the desert, not just for themselves, but for the wild cats and the migrating birds. And recognize that we need to think not just about the short-term management of an environmental difficulty like the Salton Sea, but the long-term rebound of the bounty. Life is abundant. It will heal itself. And we need innovative strategies which don't think about permanent solutions, but we need to try and see how we can listen to the web of life by small incremental changes like accretion. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for yours, Ms. Bond, and participation and perspective and contribution to today's discussion around these things. And really appreciate your points. But would note the sea, although created 100 years ago, in its current form, actually refilled what is a geologic lake that would fill and dry. So
yeah, the Salton sink.
We've recreated what nature had kind of been creating through time. But
Exactly.
anyway, thank you. I appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Jamie Grace Davis, who will be followed by Jose Luis Fuentes, and I believe Tom Sefton.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
As I look out and I see a handful of faces that I know, I can't help but think about how grateful I am and how much gratitude I have for how much people are willing to care. So I think that that is the biggest part of reframing a very complex and complicated issue. But if you're here tonight, you've showed up because you care, and that counts for something. And that gives me a lot of hope. And sometimes the biggest scarce resource is play or hope. And sometimes the biggest obstacle and hurdle is fear. And so if we can remove a little bit of that and start creating these speculative ecologies and thinking outside the box and trying our what if questions, we can get somewhere totally new. So I'm just going to offer, I am an artist in the community. I've had the pleasure to meet many of you, and I know how much you care. A teeny tiny micro performance for you all to break up some of the gravity with some levity. I brought my binoculars. I bring them everywhere I go. Just take them out like this, and I can see a better world is possible. What if butterflies were as big as houses? What if whales lived in space? What if a giant air conditioning, air filtration system could exist on the side of Salton Sea and there was no more asthma? What if the water could be returned from the ocean with a pipe? What if everyone was just a little bit less afraid and cared just a little bit more? What could we accomplish together? What if? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Appreciate that very much. Next, I'd like to call up Jose Luis Fuentes and be followed by Tom Sefton.
All right. Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Good evening. Good to see you again.
Well, thank you. well, today I'm here in Salton City. Yesterday I was in Mexico City. I failed to mention yesterday I was in Mexico City because some of the work that needs to be done, this international work and international community building relationship with Mexico, especially Mexicali too, if we're going to obtain water from the Sea of Cortez, and as you all know from the studies, this isn't innovative. It's already being done. With Arizona is doing it, either exchanges of Colorado River for Sea of Cortez water. It just means increasing that infrastructure, and that's part of the long-term plan. But that's the work we're doing at Rostros y Corazon, based here in Salton City, nonprofit. 501c3. I was glad to hear today Salton City mentioned by people. Yesterday there was a lack of it. I was also glad to hear from Mr. Omedo and his presentation. What was clear to me that what was presented today, what wasn't presented yesterday, was if you look at the monitoring stations, you have one monitoring stations in Salton City. You have a population between Desert Shores and Salton City of over 5,000 Hispanic farm workers, children, high school students, toddlers. And you heard the presentations, PM10s, the PM2.5s, and the amount of percentage, if we put those percentages into days, that Imperial County and the state of California is in violations of the federal air qualities, and you add up the penalties, that's a lot of money that that we're looking at in penalties, and not to mention the long-term effects, pulmonary effects of these children as well as adults and people dying. Now, I want to take you back in history. And this isn't a new issue. You all have in 1997 in Palm Desert, Congressman Bono on the oversight hearing on Salton Sea stabilization and water quality improvement oversight hearing discussed this issue, and one of the issues that concerned the Congress there, or the House of Representatives subcommittee, was money, and money being used to do research on biological effects and different research. Well, we have spent the money on research, and where are we? We're still haven't done the remediation that we're supposed to be doing. We have one project, perhaps. Other projects that have failed. We have money spent on research and more money on research. Tom Sefton has, and Sefton Technologies has solutions. And why aren't we not funding solutions that he's been working on to start cleaning up the water quality, to start fixing the water while we work on getting water from other sources such as Sea of Cortez or other water allocations. Now that brings me to another congressional hearing that occurred. And that congressional hearing was in 2004. Now, Mr. Bono has passed away and his wife is taking charge. And there was an interesting quote by Representative Steve Byers from Indiana. He says, let me ask it from this perspective. I'm looking at this one. This looks like a common sense view. As I'm listening to this, you have a water district that is located, part of it, it's located is the Imperial Valley has a water district that cuts a deal to divert their water to San Diego to make money. And in turn, that deal actually contributes to the demise of the Salton Sea. Is that what I'm hearing? If I'm hearing that, this makes no sense. This is in 2004, again, another Committee on Energy and Commerce House of Representatives meeting in Palm Desert. And now we fast forward to now, we're still talking about more research. And it seems to me from what Mr. Omeda with the air quality folks what IIED has presented on air quality and the violations of federal air standards, is that we need to act just like we were saying we were going to act back in 1997 and 2004. We have the data now, and we need to start funding projects that make sense. Septon Technologies is one of the projects. The long-term projects have already been put forward, and we just need to pick them. And what doesn't make sense to me is us giving California over $100 million plus to help with their deficit and put something on a bond measure when back in the hearings in 1997, that was being discussed and it wasn't done. So we're going to be giving up money, as yesterday's presentation from Mr. Crawford, in hopes of some bond measure, in hopes of finding solutions, because we've already spent a lot of millions of dollars from the people of the United States, from the people of California on research, and we're not getting any projects done, and people are dying. PM10s, PM 2.5s, we all know it. We're all complicit in this. And chairman, president, and everybody on committees, we need to start acting. Sooner or later, someone's going to come up with an air quality, a federal air quality violation lawsuits, and we're going to be on the hook for large penalties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Fuentes. I appreciate your participation in our discussion here. And again, I think I know there's fundamental frustrations, but there's also a need, hopefully, to bridge to the work amongst it. And so I just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Sefton, who will be followed by Agustin Martinez, and then Stephanie Mariah.
Great. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank every member of the board for being here in the Imperial Valley today. Really appreciate you coming down from Sacramento. And I know, Chairman Esquivel, that it's kind of like coming home, and welcome you back home. And would like to note, well, first, I do want to say that there is a boat ramp available. It's not, paved, but you can launch small trailer-mounted boats. It's located at Desert Shores, south end of Capri Road. The way down from Capri Road to the beach is owned by our small nonprofit, and everybody is welcome to do it. And duck hunters already know how to get onto the sea, and they do it all the time. And it's marked by 2 sticks, and it's solid, and you don't have to sink in mud to do it. And the actual beach is owned by the Torres Martinez. Thomas Tortes is here, and if he says yes, you can launch your boats there. And we say yes, you can take your boats on our property down to the beach there, and we welcome the researchers to do that because we need them to get started again with doing the work. Okay, and then the other thing I'd like to say is, if we were right here a couple thousand years ago, we'd be under 100 feet of water because Lake Cahuilla was here at that time, as Chairman Esquivel mentioned. This place has been full of water more often than not for many thousands of years. Go back 1.5 million years, this was the north end of the Sea of Cortez. So this has been a wet place most of the time. And it is not a mistake, an engineering mistake. No, that was just a regular flood of the Colorado River, and somebody cut a cut in a levee at a bad time to try to get some silt out, and it washed in, and it filled Lake Cahuilla yet again, as it had done many, many, many times before. So this is a water in the desert environment, and it has been for thousands of years. So look back, a little over 100 years ago, the most recent filling, okay? 100 years ago, the Salton Sea that had filled in that most recent incident in 1905 was declared an agricultural sump. At the same time, 100 years ago, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power was going to the Owens Valley, buying up checkerboards of land so that they could prevent their agricultural neighbors from farming, and they redirected all the water that was supporting the farms and the Owens Lake, which was a thriving lake with a major boat on it, and industry and lots of people living by it. They diverted the water to Los Angeles, and that supplied the San Fernando Valley, but Owens Lake was eliminated and became the worst point source of dust in the United States for a long time. And it's taken, at this point, about $3 billion to stop that dust from blowing. The effort has been effective, but $3 billion to stop Owens Lake, which is 1/3 the size of the Salton Sea. So bear that in mind. Take that forward 70 years ago, Metropolitan Water District built the Colorado River Aqueduct and started the process of sucking water from the Colorado River in the desert, sucking water from the desert to the coast. Why do they suck water from the desert to supply the coast? Because the water is cheaper, okay? You go back 30 years ago, Metropolitan Water District needed more water than what they were bringing in. And where did they go to get it? They cut a deal with Imperial Irrigation District for another 100,000 acre feet of water to be diverted from Imperial Valley's water rights. You go back 20 years ago, and what happened? California had been taking 5 million acre feet of water off the Colorado River. Their allotted amount was 4.4 million acre feet, and California had to cut. Simultaneously, you have booming development going on in San Diego County and the Palm Springs, Western Coachella Valley area, and those property developers need a water supply in order to build their properties. And where did they get it? Imperial Valley. So you go back 20 years ago, when that deal went through, local people started saying, okay, you're going to take our water, you're going to reduce our agricultural industry, and everybody knows that the Salton Sea is going to start drying out. Can we please bring in water from the sea to make up the difference? That's 20 years ago, okay? And what was the answer? No, it'll take too long and it'll be too expensive. 20 years ago, that was the answer. And the state said, we'll come up with a plan. And in 2007, the state officials did come up with a plan.
Mr. Septon, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you have been going a bit over time, and I want to make sure we get to other commenters as well. So if you can kind of try to wrap up, I apologize.
Okay, yeah. I will jump forward. We have had, since then, 2 opportunities for the state put forward for proposals to bring in ocean water import, one with a deadline in 2016, 10 proposals came in, another deadline in 2018, 11 proposals came in. All were ignored. A local nonprofit got 4,000 signatures by going out to community meetings in favor of serious consideration of ocean water import. A Coachella Valley citizens group went to all 9 cities in Coachella Valley and got a vote in favor of serious engineering analysis of the feasibility of ocean water import. What did the state do in 2020? They found Dr. Brent Haddad. Dr. Brent Haddad, our groups found out, had in 2002, while this QSA was being considered, put out a op-ed in the LA Times opposing restoration of the Salton Sea and opposing doing that by ocean water import. That is the person they chose to be the principal investigator, to run the panel, to select the panel members, to hire his friends at Kennedy Jenks to do the analysis. And that is the basis of concept 11, their ocean water import in the long-range plan you're going to hear about, which was designed to fail. It was dramatically overpriced, and they took the worst possible choices. Concept 12, designed to fail, smaller water import. Concept 13 is the one he liked, and that was a local water transfer concept. And that's what you're going to hear about. Designed to fail water import proposals. I'll stop.
Appreciate it, Mr. Hefton. I know there's you and Ecomedia Compass and others have, and there's a lot of discussion around seawater import. We'll continue to have a discussion around that here soon. So thank you. I appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Agustin Martinez, will be followed by Stephanie Mariah, and then Esther Guadalupe.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. My name is Agustin Martinez. I'm a community member from here in the Imperial Valley. I live in El Centro, kind of like going to Holtville, so I'm on the outside. One of the things that I'm very concerned about the Salton Sea because of many factors. The North End community is the most disadvantaged because of the lack of short-term gains in previous years. I had heard some plans that are long range, and I haven't seen the accomplishment, the completed process. Right, I knew that they were trying to put some of the water from the Cortez to the Salton Sea. It didn't occur. So many projects that were left behind. Most community members whom I spoke with are still waiting to see actions promised years ago. I could say that each 2 years the speakers change and they all bring different ideas, but they're not able to make decisions, right? So there's no continuity. As a result, time is running out and the Salton Sea is still shrinking. And our community, where our children and families are mainly affected, many animals which lived in a thriving place now live in a harmful environment. The algal productivity is also adversely influencing the sea's fish, birds, and wildlife resources. So in conclusion, we all deserve a healthy community with a clean environment with which our future generations could live in, but do not neglect short-term goals to mitigate present issues. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Really appreciate your comments and contribution to the discussion and sticking with us. I know it's late in the evening, it feels here, but really appreciate your words and comments here. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Stephanie Mariah, who will be followed by Esther Guadalupe, and thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, all. My name is Stephanie Figueroa. I'm also a community member here in Imperial Valley. Thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak. As a community member, one of my biggest concerns is the air quality and the water control going into the Salton Sea. The Imperial Valley has had some terrible air quality these past few weeks, and it is very important for us to inform and to let all the residents know what is going on. They should be aware about the air quality. What if there were a person who had severe respiratory problems and wasn't aware of what's happening on the air quality these past few weeks, and went outside and had a terrible asthma attack due to that they were aware and informed about the air quality. The Salton Sea is a big contributor to our air quality, and this type of information would help save many lives. As for water control, who keeps allowing the dumping of pesticides and fertilizing from our ag industries into the rivers that end up at the Salton Sea? If that isn't being regulated, then all of us in this room are to blame for the catastrophes happening at the Salton Sea because we aren't putting a stop into it. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. Really appreciate the words and participation, and I just agree that and I was glad to hear again the prioritization of TMDLs for the sea by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Next, I'd like to call up Esther Guadalupe, who will be followed by Martin Kocher, and then Janira Figueroa.
Good night. I'm a little nervous.
As a member of the community, I have had the experience to talk to other community members throughout the Imperial Valley. I have heard that there are always ongoing plans for restoration on the Salton Sea. People feel it is not improving as much as they would want. From thoughts I have heard, it is said to be more convenient in working together for restoration and mitigation on the impact of air quality and water that pertains to the poor quantity and quality that vulnerable communities are affected by. Community members feel frustrated and they have reasons to comment and show concerns. However, they feel alone, they feel as their voice is not validated or heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your participation, your honest words, and I hear you on the frustration of communities amongst us. I know that's been a theme of a lot of our discussions here. So just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Martin Kocher. We followed by Janira Figueroa.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
We can. Good to see you.
Awesome, thank you. So my name is Martin Coker. I am actually from St. Paul, Minnesota. I'm currently here in Wisconsin finishing up my undergrad. And I've been involved with the Salton Sea for a couple years now. I got involved with first the Eco Media Compass. I got really interested in it and I took a few trips out there. I've helped volunteer at a couple Earth Day events, and I've also met with a lot of local stakeholders. And I've also bought land out there because I wanted to be part of the community and I want to develop that into sustainable, affordable housing for the community. And throughout my experience with the Salton Sea, there's a couple things that stood out to me. And this is coming from sort of an outsider that is familiar with the Salton Sea like the past couple of years. But the first one is, why aren't we aligning values? Everyone wants the same thing with the Salton Sea. Everyone wants a healthy environment where there's healthy fish, healthy birds. People want healthy people. It's the highest asthma rate. We want to reduce that. And people want a thriving economy. So many business owners want their businesses to thrive. They want to open up hotels. They want their restaurants to be packed again. And we all want the same thing. Why can't we all work together on that? We're all trying to go our own directions, and there's a lot of people that don't feel left out, and I know that we can do better. And then that leads me to the independent review panel. So why didn't the independent review panel actively work to collaborate with the other seawater import plans to make their projects better? Because it seemed like just attending all these meetings that there wasn't a lot of collaboration with the panel members of UC Santa Cruz and the other engineers that sent in projects for review. So it would have been great to see a lot more collaboration on that, where we can put our brains together and find what the best solution is instead of doing a hack elimination job, which we've seen. And another one is, this is an opportunity to become international role models of sustainable development, because the Salton Sea isn't just an isolated incident. There's problems all around the world that are similar in scope of the Salton Sea. So this is an opportunity for us to really become role models for the rest of the world. So I hope that the Long Range Planning Committee, the state of California, takes this responsibility very seriously to actively become role models on stakeholder engagement, sustainable development, or it's just going to be another case study on failed governance. And I guess my comment and coming here virtually from Wisconsin can serve as a reminder that the country is watching, and they're watching what is happening at the Salton Sea and how the government is engaging with it. And the state of California has a responsibility for not only the people of Imperial and Riverside County, but for the country as a whole. And I'd like to be part of this this transformation for a more sustainable Salton Sea, and let this be a role model for the rest of the world and inspire future generations. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Coker. I appreciate your participation outside of the state as it is, but nonetheless appreciate your comments and words here, and appreciate that you're a landowner now near the sea as well. Next, I'd like to call up Janira Figueroa, who will be followed by Daniela Flores and Isame Pasillas.
Hi, good afternoon to the board and to everyone present. I know we've heard a lot of conversation about what is the research, what has been done. I think we can all agree the Salton Sea is an issue and all the parties involved want to find a solution. Now, I understand that there are many groups who feel that there is an interest for recreation, for walking paths, for bridges to people to be more accessible. But as someone who's lived in the Imperial Valley my entire life, had asthma as a child and has never had an issue as an adult, the last thing I want to do is go to the Salton Sea. We have really high asthma rates, and you don't want to go to the playa. I went to field trips as a child, and the first thing is like, why are we here? You're telling us about the issues of the dust and how it affects us, yet we're here to see it up close and personal. So I think the main issue is Imperial Valley residents, we have a general understanding of what the issue is. We may not have every single detail and every single fact of what is the issue in the specific particles or the specific what's in the water. We know it's an issue. If you ask anyone in the Imperial Valley, it's an issue, and we don't go to the Salton Sea. If you live here, you don't go. So the biggest thing that I've seen is, rather than thinking of how do we restore the Salton Sea to be this great place where everybody was swimming and boating all over it, how do we, everything that's being exposed, how do we cover that? And specifically on the topic of water, how is our water best used? Is our water best used on pumping more water in and trying to make another existing lake? Or is our water best used in creating habitats for the things that can't avoid the Salton Sea? People who live here, the wildlife, right? The birds don't have an option whether they want to be there or not. They live there. So rather than trying to restore the Salton Sea as something recreational and that we can all be at, maybe everything that's being exposed and affecting our communities and affecting the people who live here and our illnesses, maybe focus on that playa, using the water to create projects that cover the playa. And I think that's kind of the major issue that I've seen. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, Ms. Figueroa. I think definitely human health can and its impacts can be kind of a guiding principle as to what we really need to be doing as a basic. And then, also that lived experience and the opportunity to recreate can be there too. But I think to your point, human health does really need to guide us. So thank you. Really appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Daniela Flores, who will be followed by Isame Pasillas.
Good evening, board members and residents. We're almost there. I thank you so much for the opportunity to share. I have some additional comments. The first is just really wanted to elevate the kind of summary comment that board member Firestone made about the need to really broaden the way that we are measuring progress and the outcomes that we're seeing. As a resident, it was really hard to see the numbers of the acreage, the acres that y'all are aiming for, and then to see that the number we're at is like 290 when we're supposed to be at thousands, and the conversation's not really around, in terms of the outcome that seems really important, which is, it's understandable, right? It's an important component to address, but I think it felt really cold to see that without the more holistic charge that should be part of that order. If it's not in this detail, it should be that, as rightly stated by many residents and highlighted by board member Firestone, that we should think about asthma clinics around the north end that currently aren't there, clinics around, those impacted communities. That is part of human mitigation. And so just wanted to come up here and emphasize that point. It's so important that we really do connect, residents, as has been shared, we know generally kind of the issues, right? We know so many people, it's so common to hear of the asthma and the life changes that people have to make for those, because of those conditions. So just wanted to highlight that point. And, to tie it back to the community needs strategy that's being developed, I haven't seen that report, but I really do look forward to it. I did see the summary that was presented, though, with some of those being workforce development, transportation, broadband, public health, and climate resilience. And I keep hearing that some of these are out of scope. And I just want to, again, highlight that it's important that these are part of the long-range plan, and that some of these are, perhaps we need to be creative in terms of where the funding sources come, but that they are part of implementation strategy. So that's that point. The second point, I was, and I'm up here speaking as a resident, separate from the organization, because I really just want to speak really freely about this. I was pretty triggered by some of the comments made by the Imperial Irrigation Board regarding some of the negotiations that were made decades ago that, we're still trying to repair some of the harm that was done, and really feeling like there's not sufficient accountability. And obviously I come here and I know that there's limits to the kind of oversight or authority, but in our valley that's so conservative, we often need oversight from the state. And I do not feel like the IID has done an adequate job at informing the community about the decisions being made around the water rights and the conservation, who gets to win from these, conversations. I found out from, I think it was the LA Times paper, about the deal that was done once it was done. And, I saw one public meeting, maybe they had 3 options, but they don't even have meetings in Spanish. It's a whole fight to try to get those in Spanish. And so just to say, no, their IID has not done a sufficient job in informing people about real impactful decisions that are being done regarding these conversations on the conservation. How are we gonna ensure that those $250 million are the people's money and not yet again another part of the machine? The IID has so much money, and it's really hard to know where it goes. It doesn't feel tangible to communities that we have the ability to make those decisions. So in whatever power you have for oversight and collaboration and directing or providing some recommendations for more clarity, more engagement, more transparency. And I think I heard one of the representatives say that it's kind of better to keep folks out of the conversation, because then, I don't know exactly the quote, I could go back, but it was really hard to hear that. If I'm like a pretty educated person and I'm not aware of these things, let alone my parents and any other, folks that are not really involved. So the last point, and I'll probably over time, I'm good with leaving it at that. Thank you for your time and for being here, and look forward to having you anytime you want to come visit us again. Thank you so much.
No, thanks is completely mine, Ms. Flores. I really appreciate you raising your voice and participation, not just in the panel, but again, as a community member and the concerns that you raised. It means a lot. Thank you. Next, Isame Pacias.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Hold on, let me clear my throat. Hi, everybody. Good evening. I know we're at 9:20 and most of us are ready for bed. But I just wanted to thank you all for being here in person. I know it's been quite some time. We've had COVID, and so we really appreciate you taking the time and the travel to hold this meeting. And I think through all the feedback, and a lot of our experts here, our CBOs and our professionals. I think, we really appreciated having you here. And just to kind of lead into that, I know a lot of you are probably familiar with who I am and my affiliation. So my name is Isame Pacias, and I actually work for Comité Cívico del Valle. And so I do want to thank you all for a wonderful trip this morning. And I wanted to give thanks to CNRA for the Salton Sea Community Outreach and Engagement and Education program that we currently have. So we do in-person outreach to help educate residents on what is currently happening around the sea, and incorporating that public component with air quality, which our executive director Luis Olmedo spoke on today. And I'm glad that he provided that report for you all firsthand, so that you could really see how unhealthy air quality levels impact us. But really speaking on that, I just really want to transition and really echo a lot of the comments that were made in the public with a public health study. We are directly impacted by, obviously, we have the Salton Sea, we have a lot of the receding shoreline, we have exposed playa. I know that we had excellent panelists out today speaking on behalf of what the actual quality is of the water that is currently what we're receiving at the shore, at the sea. And it's quite concerning firsthand, because along with the hats that I play, I'm also an asthma educator. So I work directly with those impacted individuals that deal with these unhealthy air quality days. And it's unfortunate that we, just like a lot of other communities and areas surrounding the Salton Sea, we're born into this mentality that we have to become resilient to being really exposed to our everyday. And through this trip that you all made today, and I hope that you all had the opportunity to see many of the different environmental factors that we're exposed to on our day-to-day basis. But I think it's really important to emphasize that there really is no mitigation for a lot of these public health catastrophes. I mean, we have a lot of vulnerable communities. We have infants, elderly, pregnant women. We have people with extreme uncontrolled asthma management and even severe allergies. We really have become resilient to that impact, and saying and going along with adapting our life, our negative impact of quality of life. And, that goes to say that me, myself, along with the role that I play here today, I'm also a mother of a 15-month-old. So for me, it's alarming to see that, along with all of the individuals that spoke here today, that I'm part of that community that has to continue to be resilient. And so I know that you are the water board, but we do ask, to address the elephant in the room, because we're looking to you to help us and guide us through the right direction and see what we can do and how we can work to improve our quality of life, our day-to-day activities, and considering the limitations that we all truly have. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Really appreciate you raising up your voice and participating here and the continued work. So just thank you, Ms. Pasillas. Next, I'd like to call Adi Palomino. And then I believe our last commenter that I have here is Elefonso Nava. But if there's anyone that is expecting to, or desiring to speak, and we have not called you up yet, and if you're on the Zoom platform, just raise your hand. But then otherwise, if you're here in the room, just come and speak to the clerk of the board, and when we can make sure that we get your comment. Good to see you.
Hi, Aida Palomino with Alianza Coachella Valley. I just want to thank you for being here today. And I do want to say that while the state has increased its efforts to make community meetings more accessible, community members are not sure what their participation leads to or how they're incorporated in present or future projects. I advise the CNRA to explore collecting and releasing information for meetings so that community has a sense of who's attending and why, and that the CNRA can share anticipated results and desired results from community participation. In addition, the state should provide an evaluation of the SSMP's engagement plan that would include a baseline for what they expect of the community engagement to improve on their efforts and build on lessons learned. As it relates to community needs and amenities, I hope that this CRNA also includes additional details on how they plan to incorporate the community amenity strategy in future SSMP projects, if at all, and that the state also needs to create a set process of how community can provide input for project design and planning, including implementing community infrastructure and amenities as part of SSMP projects. This process should include mechanisms for feedback as well as creation of a set of community design parameters for each project that can serve as guidelines and an accountability mechanism throughout each project. I wanted to keep it brief, but thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Palomino. Really appreciate those comments and look forward to being able to follow up on those points too as well. So thank you. Thank you. All right. Next, I'd like to call up Alfonso Nava.
Good evening. My name is Alfonso Nava, retired, and I'm here to basically give you some feedback, but at the same time, a question. I had an opportunity to read your Salton Sea management plan for the 10-year period, and I would like to say that I found it very fascinating and very, very refreshing. If I can recall back 23 years ago when I first started working with an environmental group here out of the county, we had very little tools, we had very little interest, and we had very little support from the different institutions. But I can say after reading the summary that I'm very much impressed. I would like to give kudos to the state, to all the stakeholders, especially the Regional Quality Control Board out of Palm Desert. They were very strict and hard on us, but we were able to be very successful. I was very much impressed with the summary because it talks about all the different strategies. Recalling back 23 years ago, we only had the strategy of bioremediation, which was the use of wetlands. And we were involved in trying to clean up the new river that was going to supposedly clean up the Salton Sea. We also came across the problem of the Alamo River. But I'll ask a question about that a little bit later on. But here's my question. In terms of funding priorities, which environmental activities have the most emphasis of importance and cost effectiveness in restoring the Salton Sea with a reasonable period of time, minimizing the least negative impact on the public health, safety, and welfare of the community in general? Again, 23 years ago, all we had was wetlands and basically doing some outreach at the elementary school level. Now I read this book last night, and it's all full of different tools that can be utilized. So with that, I would like to compliment the stakeholders, the Imperial County Board of Supervisors, the state, and all the people that have contributed in writing that document. My two former bosses who have since passed, they would be right now very pleased to see all the different strategies, because way back then, all we had was a can-do attitude. We were basically positive in our efforts, hardworking, and today we can see the cleanup of the Salton Sea, at least an effort's being made. And for one of them, one of the objectives that we were wanting to meet was to do something for the new river. And I understand that through Assemblyman Garcia's efforts, he has been able to retain some monies that hopefully is going to enhance and clean up the new river, and hopefully at the same time make a difference in the cleanup of the Salton Sea. And I would like to close by saying that there's a lot of stakeholders involved, and it's true that there's a lot of options, but what I saw 23 years ago, none of those options existed, and if they existed, they were just in theory, but I was able to read them in detail, and yet I understand it's only a synopsis. So I'm not too sure about all the detail, but I'm sure that they're based on some kind of technology and some kind of science. So again, that same question, and maybe no one can answer it, but my interest today, 23 years later, is all of these strategies that are being proposed in the 10-year plan. Can someone rank order them in order of priority? And how effective are they going to be? Are they going to be cost effective? Are they going to have some kind of an outcome that's going to benefit the entire community? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. I really appreciate your comments, your engagement in the material, and your questions and comments. On the sort of ranking of cost effectiveness of the various tools and activities that were within the Salton Sea Management Program update, the 10-year plan, we can't answer that here at the dais, but I think that's a good question for as that synopsis is a yearly snapshot. That can be something that we can definitely explore how we best make sure that we communicate cost effectiveness within it, perhaps. So just point to that as a place for where your question might be able to be further answered, and just really appreciate your good comments. Thank you. Absent, I don't see anyone's hand up on the platform, and I don't see anyone else looking to come up to comment. So I think that may have gotten us through our public comments, and I just really incredibly appreciate everyone stepping up, sharing their voice, their words, their perspective here with us. I know it's been a long evening, and we still have a couple of presentations here. So for those of you that can't stick around right now, this is being recorded, so you can watch it at your leisure afterwards. So don't worry that you're going to be missing anything. But we'll go ahead and transition to our final two presentations on the long-range plan, and then the study that's being composed. So it'll be a good place to leave folks. And again, I know it's gone long, and apologize, but appreciate giving everyone here the space to be able to be heard and speak. So, sometimes we go off schedule, and it's okay. I hear we have our contract till 11 o'clock. So if any of you are really wanting to stick here, we can. Thank you for those that have to depart. I really appreciate it.
Chair
And then-
Esquivel, if I
Yes.
can, before Mr. Newcomb begins his panel, we did have the security for the building located.
Oh,
a
thank
pair
you
of
for-
rental car keys.
Yes.
So everybody who has a rental car should check their pockets, check their purse. If you're missing a rental car key, you can come down here to the front desk during the break or at the end and describe your vehicle, and you can claim it. And it is not a Maserati.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Loffer. And hopefully, if anyone did depart, they come back in, and we'll know. Please let folks, if anyone finds anyone looking for some keys, we have them here. I quickly checked my pockets too. I'm good. It's been an incredible 2 days. And so I just actually have to, at the top, thank, again, the Resources Agency and James Newcomb here from the Department of Water Resources for being here with us, to hearing all of this. This is actually a good moment as we do a presentation on a long-range plan to be able to kind of actually reflect back. I know a lot of what we've heard. So just thank you, Mr. Newcomb, for your participation, your leadership in all this. It does mean a lot. And I know I heard it from one of the commenters. There can be thrown personal accusations from public servants always. We're all here, I know, very dedicated in transparent and open ways to our work. And so just want to, tamp down what I heard were those comments from someone, and instead just thank you very much, Mr. Newcomb. So, oh, you might need to turn on the mic. Is it okay? Yeah, sorry. Now you're ready. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Esquivel, for those words and for the opportunity to speak, given the extended meeting we're having today. I'm excited to be here to present the work on the long-range plan, but really this is the culmination of many folks of their work over the past year and a half or so, and so I don't want to take all the credit for it, of course, And I also want to thank Patrick for joining me down here, who I think just wanted to come down for emotional support. So I appreciate that. But Patrick also was one of those people that's been helping on the long range plan over the past year and a half.
I'm going to watch.
So I'll go ahead and advance to the next slide. So this presentation is going to cover the purpose of the long-range plan, how we intend to use that plan. It'll also cover the development of the plan, and part of that will touch on the independent review panel process. I'll spend some time covering our concept evaluation process, and we'll be reviewing the different restoration concepts that have been within the plan. And then I'll highlight our recommendations, which also include some uncertainty, many of the uncertainties that were a part of the topic today. Next slide. So the purpose of the plan is clear. It's direct response to the Water Board order. We're required to have this plan by the end of 2022. We published the plan in draft form at the end of 2022, and at that time released it for public comment. We had extensive public comment on it, and so we're currently in the process of wrapping up the final version of the plan, which we expect to publish next month. Next slide. So slight nuance to purpose. Functionality is really how we intend to use that plan. One of the strengths of this plan is that it establishes a framework that was really rooted in public input, and that framework will help for evaluating the concepts. With this plan here, it's a comparison of the relative benefits, costs, and risks for each of the concepts. It also documents key uncertainties, some identified by the Long Range Plan Committee. I'll get to what that committee was, and also by the Science Committee. Importantly, it conceptualizes new restoration ideas. There have been some comments that it is a rehash of previous ideas, and we certainly wanted to build off of the previous planning process that have come before ours. And then finally, importantly, it informs a subsequent public scoping process that I'll be talking about at the very end of the presentation. Next slide. So first and foremost, this plan was developed across a number of different committees and engagements and previous documents. I want to highlight the leadership of Chair Tortes. He enabled us to have government-to-government tribal consultations. His leadership in coordinating that effort over a condensed period of planning is really appreciated. And with that effort, we were able to identify specific criteria with respect to tribal access, protection of resources, and incorporation of tribal expertise. And then additionally, we did establish a long-range plan committee at the outset of our planning over this past year. That committee was comprised of tribes, community-based organizations, NGOs, as well as local, state, and federal agency representatives. And without that collective expertise, we needed that collective expertise to support development of our plan. As I mentioned, the plan builds off previous planning documents, the Ecosystem Restoration Program in 2006, the Bureau's final report in 2007, the Salton Sea Authority Funding and Feasibility Action Plan in 2016, and then of course our own 10-year plan project description from 2021. I'll go a little bit more into detail on the independent review panel process for ocean water import. So in 2017 and 2021, the SSMP put out a request for information that was pretty general in nature. Essentially, it asked for, identifying water import projects that could benefit conditions at the Salton Sea. And as part of that, 18 proposals were brought forward. And we also contracted with UC Santa Cruz to establish a panel of experts that could review those concepts. So that panel, was arranged from, really highly respected, credentialed experts across many different disciplines. Those disciplines crossed economics, engineering, ecology, water policy, and a number of different other expertises that I won't go into. But essentially, that panel was charged with assessing the 18 concepts that were brought forward. And so as a first step of that, they conducted a screening process and to determine if any of the concepts were not really responsive to the request for proposals, and deemed that 5 of them really weren't relevant to the request. And so those 5 concepts that were not deemed relevant, partly because they didn't have a water importation component to them, were then brought into the long-range planning process for us to evaluate. And so that left about 13 different concepts on the table. And the next step that the panel was charged to do was to apply some fatal flaw criteria that they themselves developed. And so as part of that process, most of the concepts carried some type of fatal flaw. And part of that was that this was an added layer of specificity that the panel had applied with their fatal flaw criteria. And I mentioned that at the outset, the request for information was fairly general in nature, and that was intentional. The idea there was that the state wanted to create a broad platform for creativity and not have a lot of heavy constraints on the types of ideas that were brought forth, so that all the ideas can be put out on the table. And so as we went to this higher degree of specificity, and some of the proposals were not able to pass the fatal flaw criteria, the panel wanted to go back and have an opportunity to give respondents an opportunity to reconcile those fatal flaws, at least from a conceptual level. And the SSMP supported that idea, of course, with the same spirit of not wanting to leave any good idea off the table. And so an interesting thing happened at that point. There were 3 concepts that then were able to pass the fatal flaw criteria, but all 3 of those concepts looked substantially similar to one another, or at least carried strong similarities across. Substantially similar might not be a fair characterization. So what the panel did is, in order to achieve the highest degree of feasibility across all 3 of those concepts, they pulled the best pieces and their expert opinion together to create a collective hybrid concept that would carry the highest degree of feasibility. And so what the panel also did is they essentially deemed that concept technically feasible. And because of that, we brought that concept into the long-range plan for evaluation. Additionally, the independent review panel identified 2 other water import type concepts that were deemed technically feasible. And so those were brought into our long-range plan evaluation as well. Moving on to the next bullet point there, we relied on the science committee, which to our benefit had been established for the monitoring implementation plan. We were able to use that science committee to review and refine some of our effectiveness criteria. I will say it also was an opportunity for us to highlight some of our blind spots in our effectiveness criteria, and I'll talk about that later. And then finally, we tried to carry out extensive public input throughout development of the plan, in one way by making our long-range plan committee meetings open to the public for viewing, and then additionally with some more pointed public workshops where we solicited feedback on concepts, evaluation criteria, and different amenities community members wanted to see at the sea. Next slide. So I've heard some concerns and frustrations about layers upon layers of planning processes. And this isn't my first time coming into a planning process where, we've been really benefiting from previous planning processes, but I understand the nature of planning fatigue. I experience it myself. And so what we wanted to do with this planning process is to set us up for the best potential for success. With a large capital improvement investment infrastructure project like this, we knew we would need a federal partner. And so we established our evaluation criteria to follow the federal guidelines for major water projects. And those criteria essentially cover the areas of effectiveness, acceptability, completeness, and efficiency. And I'll touch on the definitions and some examples for the different measures that fall within each of those categories. Those criteria were really drafted through input from the Long Range Plan Committee and then updated with Science Committee input and by the public. Next slide. So I won't touch on each one of these, but just for definition purposes, I want to cover each category. So effectiveness really tells us how well we're achieving our individual objectives. I shared the objectives in our summary slide yesterday. They relate to air quality, habitat, and water quality. Our primary measure for air quality, for instance, is our ability to reduce dust emissions. I'll jump over to acceptability. So, having an effective plan is one thing, but having that plan be acceptable to the region and the community is another necessary element that sometimes get overlooked. in planning. And so this is really where I think a lot of energy from the public went into this category. And I think we've identified some key measures that, as we step through the next phase of planning, will be a lens at which we can look through our projects to make sure that the ones that we select are the ones that are also most acceptable to the region. The next category over is efficiency. That really is a balancing of, the benefits versus the costs and the risks for each individual project. For instance, we assessed a wide variety of concepts, and there are vastly different timeframes for many of these different concepts, vastly different costs, and vastly different risks in terms of either earthquake infrastructure or proven technology. So that category is an assessment on the efficiency. And then finally, we have the category of completeness. Really, completeness for us is being able to meet all of our individual objectives without an investment from another sort of process or project. And so what we found out is that through our projects, we did have many of them were deemed incomplete because there was still exposed lake bed remaining after implementation of some of the concepts. And so in order to deem those projects complete, we did add a function of vegetation enhancement to complement many of the concepts. Next slide. So I know this was a subject earlier and the night is long, but I wanted to highlight the direct connection between the community needs work that's being done and the direct sort of community amenities, we called it during the long range plan as it relates to our concepts. And so really what you see on this slide is years of public input and being cultivated by a Better World Group and overlaying that collective input onto each individual concept in the long-range plan, just to highlight ways that we could better achieve equitable outdoor access. Next slide. Okay, so I won't belabor this slide. This really is it's a list of the concepts and the source where they came from and the status of those concepts. I'll call out concepts 6, 8, 9, and 10 because we won't be discussing them further in this presentation. All of those concepts we felt definitely had merit in terms of providing benefit to individual concepts, but we thought they were more suitable at sort of a higher level of design and could be more appropriate at, for instance, a value engineering step of a project. So these are things that we would intend to revisit once preferred alternative was selected, for instance. And then I'll touch on each of those other concepts in the next slide, which carries a graphic with them. Next slide. Okay. So for this concept, for this slide, we don't need to go through the whole legend, but I'll just say that the lighter blue areas, those are really the areas that would meet our habitat objectives. And so those are the areas where we're performing restoration. The blue areas would be considered the residual sea. So that would be a hypersaline environment and not necessarily our target areas to provide habitat. So concept 1 there, the north-south marine sea, that's a concept that carries a marine sea horseshoe shape over the north end. It does involve some significant infrastructure and dams being placed within the Salton Sea, and really is probably an unprecedented level of engineering associated with that concept, and that's one of the reasons why we didn't recommend that for further analysis. Concept 2 came from the Bureau in 2007. That establishes a causeway across the middle of the Salton Sea. And so a couple of these concepts work this way. So the southern end of the sea essentially becomes the marine sea. We all know that the sea accumulates salinity because it's a terminal lake. And so essentially there'd be an outlet within that causeway that allows the saline water in the south to get displaced by fresh water and pushes a hypersaline environment in the north end. Moving over to concept 3, that is sort of similar in principle, I guess, to concept 1, except that establishes a series of perimeter lakes around the Salton Sea itself. And those lakes are created by smaller berms that would be more exemplified by the types of berms that are out at Species Conservation Habitat Project. So I think the point to make there is that that's more reliant on proven technology with lesser earthquake risk. Concept 4 is the pump out scenario. That's an interesting concept and maybe a little bit counterintuitive, but essentially it works by just pumping high saline water out of the Salton Sea as it's replaced by freshwater inflow. And so again, this is taking the Salton Sea out of its terminal status to be able to control salinity. Concept 5 is the water optimization concept. So concept 5 works by creating a series of smaller habitats that are more easily managed. And the idea there is that these individual habitat units require a little bit less water. They don't carry the depth that some of those other habitats require. And this is a concept that would meet functionality over the most dire hydrologic conditions. Concept 7 is the water recycling concept. I should be giving credit to the proposers of these concepts. So concept 5 was put forth by Michael Cohen. Concept 7 is the work of Tom Septon, who's done a lot of work in this area and could describe this concept better than I. But it essentially works through a tube distillation process where it takes advantage of the geothermal work in the area and the steam that's produced through that work, and then uses that steam to power distillation of high saline water, and is able to return that distilled water back to the Salton Sea as fresh water. Concept 11 comes to us from the long-range plan proposal. That is the hybrid concept that was deemed technically feasible and was from the independent review panel. It essentially works by desalinating water at the Sea of Cortez and at the sea itself and establishing a pipeline to the Sea of Cortez. Concept 12 is a little bit different, adds efficiency to water import, and the desalinated water still occurs at the Sea of Cortez, but it then is sent to water users in Mexico. And in exchange for that, the water users in Mexico give up their Colorado River water to be diverted directly into Salton Sea. Next slide. So this is the culmination of all of our work, really. So for each, and I really just wanted to put this in there to note that in the initial draft, we did not have a summary table like this, and so that'll be in the final version. Essentially, the column on the left there is all of our different criteria. The row at the top is the individual concepts. You'll note that some of the concepts have different variations. The reason for that is we wanted to look at some different approaches for the individual concepts. One thing I haven't mentioned yet is that we know there's obviously a growing economic interest in lithium. And so some of our concepts avoid the known geothermal resource areas and also add in a freshwater reservoir, which can be used as sort of transitory storage for the supply that's going to be necessary for lithium. So we kind of call those our industry-friendly restoration concepts. So for each of the criteria, we worked to develop a scoring system. It's a fairly simplified scoring system. It essentially goes from a 1 that does not perform well to 5 performs well for that category. And then there's some further definition for each of the metrics about what performing well actually means. And then green is good and red is bad. And so if you look down the columns, concepts that have a lot of green in them are ones that performed well for most of the criteria, and concepts that have a lot of red or orange are those that did not perform well. I want to point out that we applied this scoring across 3 different hydrologic scenarios. We've talked a lot about uncertainty with future inflow. And so applying that across 3 different hydrologic scenarios allowed us to test if there was one concept that was more resilient than another. So not surprisingly, the water import concepts performed well in some areas. At the most extreme hydrologic areas, they also performed poorly in terms of cost. And so I'm conscious of the comments that were made yesterday by you, Chair Esquivel, and rightfully so, about hoping to resolve the issue of whether an ocean water import project could work to satisfy the Salton Sea long-range plan. And I think what I could offer at this point is that we looked at the hydrology across 3 different scenarios. This scenario here accounts for climate change as we expect it, with increased rates of evapotranspiration. And then we looked at 2 additional scenarios, one with some changes in water policy, and then another with more extreme changes and shifts in water policy. And so what I can say today is that if we avoid extreme shifts in water policy, we likely would have the hydrology to be able to meet the goals and objectives of the long-range plan with our in-basin concepts. But that's an area of uncertainty that I'm going to highlight on the next slide, but I think there's more work to be done through the feasibility study process that'll follow this long-range planning process. Next slide. Okay, so within the long-range plan, we've recommended we move forward with a further look at many of these concepts. I think I've sort of touched on each of those at this point. I'll just say that the divided sea concepts and perimeter lake concepts scored well in terms of cost and implementability and the timeline to implement. Some of the other concepts took a little longer, but still were able to achieve the goals and objectives. And so that's why we've recommended that we continue to further evaluate those. Some of our areas of uncertainty have already been pointed out by some of the speakers. One area I'd like to touch on is, water quality. That's an area where it's definitely a blind spot for us right now. Part of that is that we're looking at high-level conceptual ideas, recognizing that we did want to have some water quality modeling done as part of this process, and just became deprioritized in order to move forward on some of the other analysis. And so you'll see that there's a pretty qualitative approach that we've taken with this plan, but definitely needs to be reconciled at the next stage of evaluation. With respect to uncertainty and future inflow, I do think we need to take a better look at forecasting potential policy changes and what the implications might be on water supply. But we need to take a similar approach that we took with the long-range plan and coming up with an upper limit of flows of what we might expect and a lower limit of flows of what we might expect, and designing our alternatives to be able to function with both of those different hydrologies. I think in terms of priority for this slide, the last thing I'll point out is the uncertainty in ecological outcomes. That bullet point is really geared at, we are definitely shooting for reaching a level of diversity and abundance for fish and wildlife that historically existed at Salton Sea. But exactly what types of species compositions we want to see out there, what types of birds we want to see out there, we need to put some finer definition around that so we could apply some of the models that currently exist and be able to test how these concepts perform against a more defined ecological outcome. Next slide. So with this draft long-range plan, it's really going to carry out two next major steps. So one is finalizing the long-range plan and putting sort of a final point on our requirement for the State Water Resource Control Board. And then the second piece is also very important, and that's that much of the work we did will inform the Army Corps' ecosystem restoration feasibility study, and also one of the major reasons why we wanted to align ourselves with the federal planning criteria so that our plan would be in the best position to sort of, the feasibility study would be able to pick up where we leave off. That's really the idea there. Next slide. So again, we heard a lot of frustration for the multitude of planning processes that have existed before this one. In my experience, large infrastructure projects like this, they require participation at the state, federal, and local level. And I think there's reason to have hope for this planning process because we have that. And we have that thanks to, Patrick O'Dowd and the Salton Sea Authority and the Army Corps for entering a cost share agreement to conduct a feasibility study, not only on the long-range plan, but also the Army Corps' authority for restoring ecosystem processes at the Salton Sea. Next slide. So I wanted to leave that there for the Army Corps to be able to pick up where I left off, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Newcomb. I really appreciate the overview of the work that's gone in and the evaluation criteria that was used in pursuing the long-range plan. I appreciate the overview of that. I really appreciate that U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has stayed on this long. Thank you, Ms. Ming. We can transition to Susie Ming to do presentation, and then we can have board questions at that point. Thank you, Mr. Newcomb. Ms. Ming, thank you so much. You've definitely earned your public service this evening, and it's been a long evening, but really glad to be able to have your presentation on this. Oh, and before Ms. Ming, you start looking over to Mr. Patrick O'Dowd. I apologize. Just to see if there's anything Mr. O'Dowd would like to add.
It's been a long night, so I understand everybody wants to get out of here. I'm thankful for the opportunity to participate. The Salton Sea Authority, this is our 30th year of serving the Imperial and Coachella Valleys, addressing issues at the Salton Sea. this core feasibility is something that we started working on in 2016. Senator Boxer actually signed the resolution that began this process, and then we got authorization in 2020. It was funded under the IIJA, and it just so happened that the state was finishing up their long-range plan, and fitting this right into it is really just a logical transition. So I think it's a very hopeful direction that we're moving. And again, I turn it over to Ms. Ming.
Thank you, Mr. O'Dowd, and apologies, didn't mean to gloss over you. And importantly, I've seen a real shift as you've come into leadership at the Salton Sea Authority. I know there were prior general managers and others like Roger Shintaku and others. You come in a line of great colleagues over at the Salton Sea Authority, but really appreciate the focus that you've brought in to the work these last years and being able to connect the dots, especially back in DC. The authority is able to lobby and do that work in a way that is really meaningful. And so I can't help but note that in 2007, when I joined Senator Boxer's office, Senator Boxer acquired an appropriation or an authorization, and never really did lead to an appropriation, but for the Army Corps of Engineers to engage in early start pilot projects, the Species Conservation Habitat Project being kind of one of those. So just want to acknowledge the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers' long engagement in this. And thanks for bridging them there here as well. And so, Ms. Ming, good evening. Thank you again for joining us.
Good evening. Thank you, Patrick, for that introduction, and James for that overview of the long-range plan as it feeds right into this. As you said, I'm CZ Ming. I'm from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Los Angeles District, and I'm the project manager for the Imperial Streams and Salton Sea Ecosystem Restoration Feasibility Study. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to provide a brief overview of the Imperial Streams Salton Sea Feasibility Study Process and its current status. I'd like to recognize our partners in the study, the Salton Sea Authority and the California Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. The Corps has incorporated ecosystem restoration as a project purpose within the Civil Works program in response to the increasing national emphasis on environmental restoration and preservation. The Corps serves the public by delivering engineering solutions in collaboration with our partners to address America's water resource needs. The Corps follows a 6-step planning process that you see shown in the graphic on the right that provides a rational and transparent decision-making framework. The structured approach provides an iterative process, starting with identifying problems and opportunities, inventorying and forecasting conditions, formulating, evaluating, and comparing alternative array of plans, and finally, selecting a recommended plan. This is an iterative process, as I said, so it does not go exactly down. It kind of goes back and forth as we look at the different problems, opportunities, and constraints. The study authority here for this study was for ecosystem restoration and other water and land-related resources for Salton Sea and the vicinity, including all the tributaries, with a view towards restoration and protection of the environment. And it also considers improvements to public health and safety. Next slide, please. As we know, for the purpose of the study, you've heard a lot during this workshop, right? The urgent need for action at the Salton Sea, the increasing amount of exposed emissive playa that affects human health, and the ecological collapse of the lake. We're looking at aquatic ecosystem restoration as our mission, as I said, to restore degraded ecosystem structure, function, and dynamic processes to a more natural and less degraded condition, and looking for a preference for a self-regulating project. Most of our projects that we'll look at benefits as they relate to the project costs as we develop an array of alternatives. Next slide, please. As you know, how does this fit in with all the other efforts that you've heard about? We obviously are not starting from scratch. We are looking to use build upon existing studies and efforts that have already gone going. So you can kind of see all those little different pieces. We're going to use existing information, including public input from the long range plan, all the comments and that have been provided there we'll be able to look at and review. We want to, obviously be mindful of reducing kind of that public review fatigue. We know that you've all had comments and input into these processes before. We want to continue the level of outreach and engagement set by the Salt and Sea Management Program. We are, it's been a really great system and we plan to keep moving forward with that. As I said, we're looking at the phase 1 10-year plan, and we'll assume that as our future without project condition. And that's a kind of our baseline point for all of our array of alternatives that we'll compare it to. Our feasibility studies look at a 50-year period of analysis. So for this one, we're looking at 2032 to 2081. The feasibility study is the first part of the process. It would be followed by the next phase, which is pre-construction, engineering and design, and then construction. So that's why you see the period of analysis that is a little bit farther out. Next slide, please. The core looks at many different ecosystem restoration array of alternatives. We are evaluating it relative to habitat units and cost effectiveness to develop a national, to put forward a recommended plan, a national ecosystem restoration plan. So we call it an NER plan. It looks at the significance of incremental cost analyses to help determine whether an alternative should be recommended. We look at information on effectiveness, acceptability, efficiency, and completeness of ecosystem restoration plans, which also contributes to its determination. We weigh these risks relative to all the different array of plans, and we select a plan, as I said, that maximizes those benefits. If there are recommended plan, if there are plans that are similar in ecosystem restoration benefits, we'll look at other social and economic added benefits to that. So as you see on the right, it's just kind of an example of how we look at the different alternatives that we'll be looking at. This is not the Salt and Sea, this is just an example. And we'll look at what are those best buy plans when it comes to ecosystem restoration. Next slide, please. As we talk about implementation, the feasibility study is cost shared 50-50, but as we move into design and construction, the cost share is 65% federal and 35% non-federal, so local sponsors. The local sponsors are responsible for obtaining all lands and easements and necessary to construct, operate, and maintain. They're also responsible for 100% of the operation and maintenance costs. And so as we move forward, if the project is authorized, then we'll be looking at those cost sharing options, and each phase is moving on towards the next in implementation. And then my final slide, I'll just talk a little bit about where we are currently. The team is currently working to draft what we call a project management plan that will detail the efforts required for the feasibility phase study. It's based on inputs from the team that they assess the risks of going too fast or too slow, what data is available, what models we would need to do for ecological, biological modeling or hydrologic modeling. So we're looking at all of what's out there already and how we can utilize that and move forward. Typical feasibility studies take 3 years and $3 million and are cost shared 50-50. Complex studies like the Salt and Sea may require more time and funding, and that is what we're working on right now, is to determine what that may be. And then the next feasibility milestone is an alternatives milestone, which is scheduled in mid-June. And this will basically just set us up to look at the different array of alternatives and make sure we're kind of on the right path as we start here out and really look and delve into the details. The picture you see there is our commanding general of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And he is General Spellman, and he is signing a chief's report, which would be the final milestone of the feasibility phase. And it's developed for the recommended project or NER plan for congressional authorization. And so that would be the end of the feasibility phase, and that's what we're working towards. I want to be mindful of the time, but I want to invite people. I know you might be having meeting fatigue, but tomorrow we actually have our first set of public scoping meetings, and I'll give an opportunity for the public to provide input. We have one from 1 to 3 p.m. and 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. They're both the same meeting, but just an opportunity for people to come when they can. You can submit written comments to us by June 6th. And I'm sorry I didn't have time to put this on the slides, and I can provide that to you. We have a website where you can look up the most up-to-date information, and we also have an email address that all our comments will go into. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. I know it's late, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you as well. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the flag about the public process tomorrow. Hopefully folks are fatigue or otherwise able to participate in that. I know, this scoping is really critical for a lot of these discussions that we're having here into the future. I guess my one question, just right now at least, I think is around how groundwater assets are sort of being evaluated amongst this. As we know, there's areas where either it's not feasible to be able to get do work like the Species Conservation Habitat Project, or don't have surface flows otherwise, but there may be groundwater to kind of supplement. I know that's part of, I think, the Desert Shores project and refilling some of the keys there. Just wondering then where just kind of those groundwater resources fit within, if they fit within the stream study and kind of the sources study that's being done.
So I'll try to not spiral down a very broad answer for that question, because there are a lot of facets to it. For the long range plan, because we're really at a conceptual level and just looking at large aquatic areas, groundwater was not necessarily a part of that thinking. Currently, our understanding for groundwater is limited to somewhat smaller projects. For instance, it supplements our vegetation enhancement projects, and so to your point, it's an area that could be used to help support some of the veg enhancement portions of some of the long range plan concepts. Interestingly, though, Susie might have something to say about groundwater as it relates to the Corps' authority.
So I would say just very briefly that the hydrology generally for this project is a big has been a big X factor for the long range plan. It's kind of a moving target, and James was very forward leaning on this issue in discussing it with the Corps. And I think that we weren't able to bring an octocopter, but we brought an army with us. So we're hopeful that we can address these problems.
Thank you for that, Mr. Down. Ms. Ming.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just add that the hydraulics and hydrology is certainly one of the more difficult, pieces of the puzzle, right? As we formulate an array of alternatives, and so that is really one of the primary pieces that we'll be looking at is the hydraulic and hydrology model and those inputs. And we've been talking about looking at kind of like a water budget workshop where we kind of look at what those inputs would be, so we can figure out kind of a level or scenarios for that water budget input into our array of alternatives.
Thank you. That's helpful. Board members, any board member Firestone?
We're all tired and just appreciate this was really helpful information. I've been looking forward to this, so despite it being past my bedtime, my questions are mostly with how the Army Corps is taking the long range plan recommendations into its process. let's see. So for example, on, well, James went through, there's a huge amount of criteria, a lot of input from public and the Science Committee and Long Range Plan Committee to incorporate a lot of criteria that wasn't just, for example, habitat. And so I was confused by this slide on evaluating, comparing, and deciding, which is on mine, slide 222. But is that basically says that if the way I understood it was that you are going to look at alternatives for similar ecosystem restoration benefits, and then only then have sort of bonus points if they're equal to social economic benefits. And I know earlier you said there was the purpose here is public health protection and ecosystem. I'm just wondering if you can help me clarify how, well, for one, I think clarify maybe how I might be misunderstanding this slide to say that you're just going to be looking for ecosystem restoration benefits. And then secondly, just more generally, how you would be incorporating the community-driven criteria that's broader that the long-range plan looked at within the feasibility study.
Yeah, I guess let me try. We plan to pull in the long range plan alternatives, and they've done a lot of work, right, and looking at the criteria, so we can pull in all of that information that's applicable to the course process. It is definitely a difficulty because we aren't able to look at all the different aspects that that the long range plan may have. I mean, we do have an authority for ecosystem restoration. So the slide here, and let me see if I can clarify it a little bit. We'll be putting forward and developing an array of alternatives, and we'll be looking at, we'll basically be modeling those to determine what kind of habitat, what level of habitat units we'll be able to restore. And those will be being compared relative to each other. So it's an incremental cost and output analysis. It's a model that we're looking at whether or not they're existing models or whether we need to develop an ecological model, an economic model that feeds that. So I may have confused you more, but we're looking at ecosystem restoration, and we're also looking at social and economic benefits, but we have to come from the view of aquatic ecosystem restoration.
Susie, can I just add to that
Sure.
As part of the core process, there's also an opportunity for us to retain, the values that we have in the long range plan and add to any concepts. Now, that doesn't mean the core's authority extends to paying for that, but it also allows the state to be able to add funds and additional investments into any leading alternative so that it achieves the acceptability that we're looking for in our ultimate project.
And that's still 65% of a lot.
Yeah, and I guess I could add, thank you so much, James. So, we will come up with like what we call our NER plan, our National Ecosystem Restoration Plan, but we often have developed a recommended plan that maybe is a locally preferred plan, right? So there may be elements that the non-federal sponsors would like to see. They just would not be necessarily cost shared.
And if I could, in the short time that we've been working with the Corps, I have to say that they've gone out of their way to be as flexible as they possibly can, also to help address. I don't think they're used to dealing with this type of community input, for one thing. So I think that they've been very collaborative in trying to reach that space that helps them maximize this project for our collective benefit.
Okay, so it sounds like, and I'm looking at, again, now slide 220, when at the purpose of the study, the first one on there is the increased amount of exposed emissive playa that affects human health, and then secondly, ecological collapse of the lake. So are you saying that the focus of the feasibility study will really be on that second ecological collapse and not on the human health mitigation?
Well, we are looking at ways to, restore areas along the playa that would have the benefits of human health, but it has to have some reason, right, for ecosystem restoration for us to restore it. It just can't be for human health or air quality. That is not our authority.
So it'd be like vegetation, habitat,
Yeah,
or
we're looking at vegetation or
right. Okay.
Habitat restoration, things like that we could do that would have an ancillary benefit to, the emissive that area of the playa that we can help restore.
Okay. Yeah, I think just in general, I think, and I don't know, maybe Mr. O'Dowd, you were speaking to this, but my understanding is the way that we're working in partnership with state, federal, local, regional folks and maximizing the expertise and funding of the federal side is by having utilizing this feasibility study to move forward what really will be the long-term plan for the sea, but they're going to be using different criteria and purposes than really what we were laying out in our long-term plan. Not that they're not, they're certainly compatible and it's a piece. I'm not suggesting it's a totally different thing, but I am a little concerned about how those two will work together in finalizing what a final recommendation is if we're kind of on using different criteria and purposes in this evaluation. And that may just be a flag, but I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Something we've identified early on in the process as a concern. The Corps knows our intent. Our intent is to deliver a project that meets the goals and objectives of the long-range plan. I think there's a lot of opportunity for alignment along the way. And so while it's a concern, it's just something to continue to build and reflect on, that we're headed towards a path that where both the Corps and the state are getting what they need out of the preferred project.
You could also look at some of the things that we talked about earlier in the community amenity space. We're going to have to find different baskets of funding for a whole array of solutions around the city. There's not going to be one particular project that's going to solve all of this. It's going to be an array of projects above the shoreline, below the shoreline, dealing with all manner of strategies. And it's going to take the entire federal family probably to solve this problem. But having the budget of the Corps involved is a pretty big deal.
Oh yeah, no, it's I appreciate that. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. And and then just timeline wise, I'm sure you're still figuring out the timeline. And that will, things, as we know, always take longer than we would like. But it looks like, I guess, can you give, in terms of sequencing, can you give me a sense of at what stage we are hoping to have a final project selection happen? And then do we anticipate at this point that there would be a gap after, say we're done with phase 1 in 2028, and then there's a gap of not doing things while we're waiting for selection of the long-term plan? Can you just give me a sense of the sequencing here and how you're picturing that working timeline-wise? Do you know what I'm asking? Should I drink? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's, Susie, I don't want to speak for you, but the 3-year timeline is essentially what we're targeting right now. So we're starting now, trying to build off the momentum of the long-range plan. And so 2026 would be the earliest that we would have a preferred project, essentially. Recognizing that this project ultimately will be bigger than anything that's been put forward at the Salton Sea and require, major infrastructure. and very careful planning, and that there are significant timelines attached to that planning.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's really helpful and appreciate it.
Really appreciate the good questions and points, board member. And if I recall, the authority that's allowing Army Corps to do this sort of work now it has the words like ecosystem restoration is like, so it's about the ecosystems. And it was Senator Boxer, I think, that in a Water Resources Development Act made this change to kind of help have better nexus with projects like the sea. But to your point, yeah, there can be a mismatch, but I think that flagging it now and then, appropriately being able to know what the scope and authority and needs are from Army Corps as they engage, which I agree with Mr. O'Dowd. It's awesome to have the Army Corps of Engineers really be here and a full partner and at a real critical time. So, but appreciate and agree that we need to just be mindful of those different missions, different authorities that we always encounter amongst our work. Other board members, questions, comments? It is 10:20 at night. It has been a full discussion over these last 2 days, including a tour this morning again. And I have to thank again the Natural Resources Agency for bringing us out to see the progress at the Species Conservation Habitat Project. It's incredible to see the amount of dirt moved, the scale and scope of just that component, and know that we have a lot more as well. So just thank you, everyone. This has been a very productive discussion. We do have board member reports. I will at this point say we will do our board member reports in combined at our next board meeting. So don't worry about those. And just thank you all again for attending this annual workshop. It has been a fulfilling and engaging discussion. We have a lot more to discuss and a lot more engagement that will be going on before the next year's workshop. But know that we've been taking notes. We want to be additive, and we want to come back next year to build off, not to repeat, but to truly build off the points and work that's been done. Thank you all. Have a great evening. This meeting is now officially adjourned at 10:21. We will receive feedback from everyone. We want to on how this worked out. This is the first time we did this, and especially this late. So just thank you all. Have a good evening. Sleep well. We'll talk soon. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.